You need to take a look at the proposed limiting instruction that kind of combines everything.
I've looked at it, Your Honor. It looks good to us.
Okay. Any comments from the state on it?
Your Honor, I was wondering one last time.
Sure, go ahead.
I didn't see any recommended edit or objections, I should say.
Okay. All right, if you want to take another look before I. And then on the couple of times where they're going to hear, I guess, the conversation with Mr. Garlington and somebody else, and you'll tell me when that's coming up. I'm planning to say, you may consider only Mr. Garlington's words as evidence. You are not to consider the other speaker's statements against anyone or as substantive evidence in this trial on any count. Sound good?
I did the volume booster. How is it?
All right, any other matters?
I have the audio
Okay.
right, I think, in here. I don't know why it doesn't work.
All right, is the jury ready? All right, we'll get out the jury. You want to get your next witness headed this way?
Yes, Your Honor.
This, yes.
I was saying, me and Mr. Sharp, he's discussing a very similar topic to our previous witness.
Okay,
So we have a stipulation about what case.
great. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
Number 18, right? 18 of 22. wants to make a comment. Hello. Jen Pop reporting in. Hello, hello. Noted, Mary. Reese be pulling up.
Thank you.
I do. Good afternoon. My name is Mark Tanner, MarkTanner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tanner.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jury where you are employed?
Currently employed at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, also known as the ATF, in Huntsville, Alabama.
What do you do for the ATF?
I am a firearms and tool marks examiner for the NIBIN program, which is the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. In Huntsville, Alabama, we have what's called the NNCTC. It's the NIBIN National Correlation and Training Center, and I'm a firearms examiner there.
Now, how long have you been with the ATF?
I've been there for about a year and a half now.
Where were you before the ATF?
I was employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation here in Atlanta, but prior to that,
What did you do for the GBI?
I was a firearms and tool marks examiner in the Division of Forensic Sciences.
And how many years were you with the GBI?
About 7.5 years.
Now, can you briefly describe for the jury the training and experience you've had related to firearms examining?
Yes, sir. So I have a bachelor's of science in chemistry from Armstrong State University. I then completed a 2-year training program at the GBI. This consisted of microscopic analysis of bullets and cartridge cases, as well as the ammunition components. So what are bullets and what are cartridge cases? Firearms operation and safety, muzzle to target distance determination. So how far away a firearm was from a shooting. And then I also did tool mark analysis, where it's like pliers, bolt cutters, and such. And then I did analysis of serial number restorations. So if a serial number was scratched off, I would help restore those. And then after that initial 13 months, I then did a 7-month supervised casework period. During this time, I would work normal cases at the GBI under the direct supervision of a fully trained examiner. So I would create the reports, create the notes, and then a second examiner would go back and ensure everything was done properly. At the completion of that, towards the end of the 2 years, I did verification and peer review training. So verification is where we will examine other analysts' work and ensure that the findings are what they should be. And then peer review is ensuring that all policies and procedures are followed properly. And that concluded my 2 years, and I became an independent examiner where I worked normal cases.
Now, have you ever testified in court before?
I have.
And have you been qualified as an expert?
I have.
What were you qualified as an expert in?
Firearms examination.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender Mark Tanner as an expert in firearms examination.
All right, he is so qualified and may testify as such.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I wanted to turn your attention to ask you if you ever had the opportunity to do some firearms examination for the DOFIS case number ending in 1001777.
Yes, I have.
And can you describe for the jury what you obtained for that case in terms of what were you examining?
So for the DOFS case number, or Division of Forensic Sciences case number, 2023-1001777, I received 5 cartridge cases. So that's actually cartridge cases that have been fired from a firearm. Most people call them spent shell casings, but they're actual cartridge cases that have been fired. I received 5 under that case number, and then I received others under different case numbers.
In total, did you have 4 separate case numbers?
I did.
And did what you receive, where did you get that from? What agency?
So there were 4 different cases submitted by the Atlanta Police Department, and they wanted me to do analysis of those cartridge cases.
Now, I wanted to ask you, you see that whiteboard over your right shoulder?
Yes.
Is the APD case number at the top ending in 00312 one of the agency case numbers that you examined?
Yes, it is.
And is the 0015 underneath that tethered to the 2830 Waters Road one of the incidents that you examined?
It is, yes.
And in total, did you receive 34 cartridge cases between 4 different cases? If I did that math right.
34?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
And can you tell the jury when you have a situation such as this with different cases and cartridge cases, when you do your analysis, does each cartridge case get compared with every other?
Yes. So whenever I have 34 cartridge cases, I'm going to examine all of those to each other to just ensure that I'm being thorough through the evidence.
And was it Investigator Kilgore with the APD Crime Lab who reviewed these initially before you began your examination?
Yeah, it's my understanding that Investigator Kilgore did the NIBIN analysis of these cartridge cases.
And what ultimate conclusion did you reach specifically focused on the 2 case numbers on that whiteboard, the March 11th, 2022 ending in 312 and the March 16th, 2022 ending in 0015?
So the agency number 3 ending in 312 from March 11th contained 8 9mm cartridge cases, and then the 0015 from March 16th that contained 5 9mm cartridge cases. Determined that all 13 of those were fired from the same firearm, and they are consistent with being fired from a Glock 9mm pistol.
Is there anything unique about a Glock when you analyze their cartridge cases?
Yes, sir. So Glock makes their firearms a very specific way. They've been doing it since they began. The hole that is punched out of the slide of the firearm where the firing pin protrudes through, it's called the aperture. It is rectangular in nature on these types of firearms, and the firing pin itself is in the shape of an elliptical shape. And they also have a very distinct ejector mark in the shape of what looks like a kidney.
I'm sorry, what was that in the shape of?
A kidney.
And can you briefly summarize for the jury what you did with these cartridge cases that is different than what the APD Crime Lab would have done?
So the Atlanta Police Department would have entered these cases onto the NIBIN program and then ran them through the system, correlating them against each other. And a lead was generated by Investigator Kilgore. He then submitted that to me because the lead is just presumptive. There's no finite conclusion to it. Whenever he submits that to the GBI for examination, I take the physical evidence, I place it on the comparison microscope, which is 2 simple microscopes joined by an optical bridge in the middle, so I can see them side by side at the same lighting and the same magnification. So whereas he's looking at the images on the computer, I take it a step further and look at the actual evidence under the microscope. I compare the pattern that is left by that firearm on each cartridge case, and I determine whether those patterns are the same or not. And if they are the same, they're indicated as being fired from the same firearm.
In the field of firearms identification, what is the national error rate in that field?
The error rate is currently sitting just under 1%, and that's based on federal studies by the FBI.
And just to conclude, the March 11th, 2022 cartridge cases and the March 16th, 2022 cartridge cases, from your determination, were fired from the same firearm?
Yes, sir, they are.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chandler. No further questions from the state.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Just trying to step up Antonio Sumlin to the stand.
All right, y'all. Sumlin's up. Sumlin is up. This could be interesting. And as a reminder, back in August, his probation, he took a plea deal. His probation was revoked, I believe, or is on the chopping block to be revoked because it was back in August. I'm trying to remember what exactly. My brain, I have too many things in it.
Yes, sir.
It was for shoplifting. So he could be revoked.
Antonio Sumlin, ANTONIO SUMLIN.
And Mr. Sumlin, how old are you?
34.
And are you employed?
Not right now.
Where are you from?
Atlanta, Georgia.
And what part of Atlanta?
The Cleveland Avenue area.
Okay. And if you're gonna swing the shot, you speak in your mic. So, are you a little nervous?
A little.
A lot. Okay. Well, don't swing in your chair just so that the jurors can hear you. Okay. You say you're from the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes, ma'am.
And you just
Yes, ma'am.
And
You can move that mic and pull it closer to you if you want, or if that would help.
And what part of the Cleveland Avenue area were you raised?
I mean, like the Mount Zion area.
Okay. And do you have a nickname?
Yes.
What's your nickname?
Obama.
And how'd you get the nickname
Oh,
Obama? How'd you get the nickname Obama?
really, we was just playing around, growing up, and it just stuck with me. It just stuck.
As you were growing up in the Cleveland Avenue area, did you ever hear of a gang called Rock Crew?
Yes, I heard the Rock Crew.
Okay. And how did you know about Rock Crew?
I mean, it was just a little, it was popular where I was from, like where I was growing up.
Were you part of Rock Crew?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know someone by the name of Quentin Porter?
Yes.
And did you also call him Boo or Big Boo?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you join or become affiliated with Rock Crew?
2006, 2007,
How old were you?
16, 17.
And at some point, did Rock Crew transition into YSL?
Some people stayed Rock Crew, some people went YSL.
Okay. What did you do?
I mean, both of them from the area, so I mean, I never really picked a side. I really just,
Did you ultimately just claim both? I'm Rock Crew and I'm YSL.
I mean, yeah, okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was the reason for the change between Rock Crew to YSL?
I really think, like, from my,
Sustained.
Do you know why there was a change from Rock Crew to YSL?
I don't recall the like 15 something years.
I didn't hear you.
I say I don't recall. They were like 15 something years ago.
Okay. Now, is YSL a gang?
Me personally, I never looked at it as a gang.
What did you look at it as?
I had a friend that when I came home from prison, he was successful. So I thought I was a part of some successful.
When did you go to prison?
2013.
Was YSL formed before you went to prison?
Yes, I can. Yes, yes.
And the person that you're saying, a friend who was successful, who are you speaking of?
Mr. Williams.
Is that Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
Now, you went to prison in 2013. Before going to prison, was he successful?
He had a buzz. I can't say I wouldn't say successful, but he most definitely had a buzz. Like his name was getting out there.
And was YSL formed before he had the buzz?
I don't know, call it. I don't know.
What does YSL stand for?
I mean, you can use it in any kind of way. Young successful living, young stoner lifestyle, young slime life.
Before you went to prison, how were you using YSL?
2003. Before, when I went to prison, it was young slime life, 2013.
And do you actually have YSL tattooed on your body?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have Slime Life tattooed on your body?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 408, 409, 410, 411, and 413. Have you had an opportunity to look at this before you came and testified today?
Yes, ma'am.
And did I show those to you earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
And without saying what's in the picture, well, strike that. What are you looking at in those pictures?
Myself.
And does it appear to be yourself in all of those pictures?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender the State's Exhibit 408, 409, 410, 411, and 413 as evidence.
Admitted.
And Mr. Sumlin, I'm gonna take those back from you, and you can look either on the TV and, on the screen in front of you or the screen behind you. These pictures are gonna come up on this. I'm gonna actually first start with 413. Looking at State's Exhibit 413, is this an Instagram post?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is your Instagram post _1 Obama?
Yes.
Where's this picture taken?
I think I was at a house on Brown Mill Road.
Where is that house at on Browns Mill Road?
Across the street from the golf course.
And does that house have a particular name?
Yeah, we gave it a nickname, the Well.
Okay. And you said we gave it the nickname. Who is the we that gave it the nickname?
I can't. I just know we used to call it the Well. I can't particulate who made the name up.
Commissioner Approach again, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 426 and 427. Tell me if you recognize what's inside of 426 and 427.
Yes.
How do you recognize 426 and 427?
That's the living room,
Of where?
the house on Brown Mill.
Is that the living room of the web?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 426 and 427 into evidence.
They're admitted.
Now, Mr. Sumlin, I'm looking at State's Exhibit 408. Is that the YSL tattoo that we just talked about earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you get that tattoo?
In prison.
Okay. And about what year did you get it?
Probably 14. I don't.
All right. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 409. And I'll zoom in, please. What is that tattoo of on your, and which arm is that?
My right arm.
Okay. And what is depicted on your right arm?
Slime life.
Okay. And is there a snake on top of Slime Life?
Yes.
What does that snake symbolize?
I mean, I said, got it. What you mean? What it symbolize?
Was a snake a symbol used by members of YSL?
Yes.
Okay. And when it says Slime Life, what does Slime Life mean?
Slime life. I mean, I just got it when I was in prison. I was hearing good things about. So, I was just getting stuff really. That was so long ago. I was trying to put all that behind me.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 410 VV. And I'll zoom in a little. Thank you. What is depicted, and is this on your left arm?
Yes.
What's depicted on your left arm?
It's a street sign.
Okay. And what is your street sign?
Cleveland Avenue and Macon Drive.
Does that say Cleveland Avenue?
They say Bleedland Avenue and Macon Drive.
Why did you put Bleveland, not Cleveland?
Cause that's just like around that time, that's the slang we were using. It was just some slang, we were just using it. I was just young, just getting tattoos.
And did you also get this tattoo while you were in prison?
Yes, ma'am.
And looking at State's Exhibit 411 VV, what is depicted in 411 VV?
It's a 5 with 5 stars.
And what was that? What did that symbolize? The 5 and the 5 stars.
No, when I was younger, when I was younger, I was claiming blood. When I was younger, like 15, 2000. I had it before I went to prison, so they like 2010.
And you said when you were younger, around 2000, you claimed the blood.
I claimed blood.
Okay. Was there a specific blood set that you claimed?
No, I don't even think I was real blood. And I just know it came to a line, and I was just saying I was a blood.
Okay. How many 5-point star tattoos do you have on your body?
On my body?
On your body.
I don't know how many on my body.
Do you have more than what's just depicted in this picture?
Yes.
Do you have some 5-point stars on like your stomach area?
Yes.
Do you have 5-point stars on your other arm?
Yes, man. 5-point stars is really like fill-in work.
It was the 5-point stars significant to your affiliation with claiming the blood?
Not all. I ain't gonna say all of them. Some of them just really fill-in work just to make the tattoo look full.
What made you choose 5-point stars over something else?
I don't call.
Now, do you have any tattoos with Stoner Life?
Stoner Life?
Yes.
No, ma'am.
What about any tattoos with Successful Life?
I mean, the one on my chest can stand for all of them. It don't say none in particular.
Do you have anything similar to your slime life tattoo? Do you have anything similar like successful life spelled out?
No, ma'am.
Now, did there ever come a point in time where you would call yourself the original slime, or a group of you all to be the original slime?
Yes.
What does that mean to be original slime?
Only thing I mean by original is day one before all this.
And we say day one before all this, what do you mean?
I mean, like before, like day one back. I mean, I was just saying like before the fame and stuff.
And have you had the opportunity to view a video from your Instagram account where you talk about the original slime?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 415 BV. Tell me if you recognize 415 BV.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 415 BV?
I signed and dated her.
Is that the video that we watched?
Yes.
All right. And did that appear to be the post that you put on your page?
Yes.
Did it appear to be any more additions or deletions from the post that you put on your page?
What you mean addition?
Did it appear to have anything more than what you put on your page?
No.
Did it have anything less than what you put on your page?
No, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 415 BV into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
And before we play, what does the caption say on this IG post? God bless you.
Original slime shit.
And are there emojis?
Yes, it's heart, snake heart.
All right. And then who are some of the people that are tagged inside of the post?
Ocean Drive, Slim, say, no snitching, slime the grape, and Thugger.
Who is Ocean Drive Slim?
A friend of mine that would kill.
Okay. And is that Mr. McMiller?
Yes.
All right. And then no snitching. Is that who? Do you know who that is?
No, I forgot. It was 2017.
I can't hear you.
I think that was 2017. I don't remember.
Who is Slime the Great?
He in the video, he was also killed.
Okay. And then it's Thugger. Who is Thugger on one?
Mr. Will.
All right. Where is this video filmed?
On Cleveland Avenue.
Where on Cleveland?
In some apartments.
Where are the apartments?
I think we're behind the checkers.
And is that behind the checkers that's near I-75 in Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
They already know. They already know YSL, we dead and pale, bitch.
Murder gang, bitch.
Yeah.
Slick. Original. No cap. No cap. And we actually free. You know that. Niggas always original shit, bitch.
And is that Mr. Williams right there throwing up the YSL sign?
Yes.
And is Mr. McMiller in that video prior to his death?
You said price to his death?
Yes, that him in the video.
Yes.
All right. Is that him kind of behind Mr. Williams, behind the Y and the YSL?
Yes.
All right. And are you the one video recording the video?
Yes.
The other young man who passed away, what was his name?
His name was Tay. I know his name was Tay.
And is he related at all to Quindarius Xander?
Yes.
How?
It's blood, brother.
Now, Mr. Williams, what back in 2017, or even up to 2022, what did you call Mr. Williams?
Lil Joe.
Is that the only name that you reference him by?
I might say slime sometimes. You say, we use that like it's a universal word, like twin. Call everybody slime. I might say slime sometimes. I don't know, but I know how to say Lil Jeff.
What about Spider?
I ain't never called him Spider.
How long have you known Mr. Williams?
2007, 2008.
And did you all grow up together in Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Did y'all go to school together?
I don't think we went to school together, but we grew up in the same area.
Do you, yes or no, do you know Shannon Jackson, also known as Shannon Stillwell?
Yes, ma'am.
In number of years, how long have you known him?
I've been knowing Shannon 20, 25 years.
Yes or no, did you all grow up together?
I mean, off and on, like,
This,
I knew Shannon way before Cleveland, the Cleveland Avenue area.
yes or no, do you consider Shannon as a part of the original slime crew?
I can't, 2000, I can't say, like, 'cause before I went to prison, I was on house arrest for 15 months, so I don't know who was outside. I had to be in the house at 7 for 15 months. I didn't know who was outside with who. I didn't. Then I went and did my 5 years. I can't say.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Sex Exhibit 414 BV. Do you recognize Sex Exhibit 414 BV?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize 414 BV?
It's a picture with me in it.
Do you recognize people in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you recognize the people in the picture?
Well, it was person who posted It say slime bing bing, and I see me, Mr. Stillwell, and another guy
And where did y'all take that picture?
who was at Cleveland Avenue Park.
And does that appear to look like the people that you know inside of that picture?
What you mean?
Do they look like the people that you know? The people that you took the picture with?
Oh yeah,
Look like the people?
yeah.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 414 BB into evidence.
So he accepted a guilty plea. He has factual acknowledgments. We just don't know what they are.
All right, it's admitted.
And while we're getting ready to publish that, do you know an individual by the name of Diamante Kendrick?
What's his nickname?
Yet got it.
Yes.
In a number of years, how long have you known Yet got it?
Probably about 3, 4 years, something like that, like 3, 2, 3.
Yes or no, or maybe, do you consider him a part of the original slime crew?
I mean, I think when I came home, he was signed to the label, so I mean, talking about the original, like
Whoever you define.
I remember, I can't remember from him being around back then.
Okay. Do you know Trontavia Stevens Tick or Slug?
Yes,
Okay. And how long have you known Tick?
15, 20 years, something like that.
And is he considered for you someone a part of the original slime crew?
Yes, he growed up with us.
Do you consider him or Mr. Williams one of the founders of YSL?
What you mean by found? Like,
Who decided to start YSL?
um, yeah, they wanted to, yeah, yes.
What about Walter Murphy or DK?
Yeah, DK was around too.
Would you consider yourself a founder?
A founder. I was around. I never looked at it like that. Like I never looked at it like that. I just know we was just hanging together and we were young. I can't even remember back that far.
And we talked about Christian McMillan, Darius Ford. Did you know Darius?
Yes,
And what was your relationship like with Darius?
a friend.
And how long have you known, when he was alive, how long did you know him?
I met, I met him when I got out of prison. He died in 22, so like 4 or 5 years.
And then what about Demikion Garlington?
We just know each other through past.
Do you know an individual by the name of Cordarius Dorsey, or also known as Polo?
Yes,
Okay. How do you know him?
I met Polo the day my mom died in prison. I was in prison. She passed away.
And when you left prison, did you maintain a relationship with him?
Yes, we talk.
How often would y'all talk?
I mean, when he called, I mean,
Did
I
y'all,
ain't, I ain't talking to, not every day, but I'm saying we communicated.
did y'all ever hang out?
Yeah, we hung out a couple times.
I want to take you back to April of 2022. Was Mr. Dorsey incarcerated in April of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Dorsey reach out to you in order to set up a robbery or a homicide?
He reached out the phone call thinking me. Actually, I don't even remember the phone call, but
Let me, during that phone call, was he trying to set up a robbery of a person?
yes, I think he asked me something about it.
When you say you think he asked you something about it, what do you mean?
I mean, he asked me something about a robbery, but I was just like, when you have people in that situation, sometimes you just tell them whatever, you just tell them whatever, just to.
What did he ask of you or tell you to do?
I think he asked me to go rob some. I think he asked me to go rob somebody.
And did he ask you to rob somebody with another individual?
I can't recall if it was another individual. I know what he had me like.
Did he actually put you in touch with a person by the name of Boule?
What you mean?
On that phone call, did he want you and Boule to go rob somebody?
I remember he wanted me. I don't even remember Boule even being on the phone. I don't even remember. Like,
Did he give you some information for the person that he wanted you to rob?
yes, he gave me information, but that's all it was. Like, I definitely did that. Like, when I hung up the phone, it was what it was. I never took the first step to do anything else. I never contacted or nothing.
Did he give you the phone number of the person?
Yes, he provided the phone number.
Did he discuss with you a plan on how to lure the victim to a location so that you could rob him?
I don't recall all that. I don't recall all that.
Did you agree to do it?
Yes, I agreed, but once I hung up the phone, it was over with. I was just having idle talk.
And as a part of the indictment in this case, did you plead to that charge?
Yes, I pled guilty.
Do you know someone by the name of Christian Eppinger?
Yes.
And what do you call Christian Eppinger?
Call him Big Bre.
Big what?
Big Briss.
Okay. How do you spell Briss?
You spell it Chris, but you just substitute the B, I guess.
You substitute the C for the B?
Yeah.
How long have you known Mr. Eppinger?
Including this year?
Including this year.
Probably about 3 years.
Are you older or younger than him?
Older.
Do you know about how much older you are?
No.
How did you meet him?
I met him when he got out of prison. I met him. I don't know. We hanging in the same area, probably gambled together. I don't know.
And we say hanging in the same area. Was that the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes.
How often would you see him in the Cleveland Avenue area?
I mean, whenever I decide to come outside, or whenever he decided to come outside, I ain't just coming outside looking for nobody. Like, if I seen him, I probably seen him. Then, you know what I'm saying?
Did you ever hang out with him?
Yeah, we probably hung out at the park.
Did he have your phone number?
Yes.
Did you have his phone number?
Oh, you talking about, did he have my phone number when he was incarcerated?
When he was incarcerated and when he was not incarcerated, did he have your phone number?
I'll be quick, but if you just need a little bit of context for here, I never know how much to give context when we're live, and I don't like to take a lot of time, but let me just set you up a little bit, okay? So Antonio Sumlin, aka Obama, and Christian Eppinger, right? They have count 47 as well as 48, and you see it's conspiracy to commit a crime, and that has to do with the murder of aka Rayshawn Bennett, aka Lucci. All right. So what they're saying is while incarcerated, they were on a jail call discussing how to get permission from Jeffrey Williams to kill Rayshawn Bennett and what the payment would be to do so, which is an overt act having already been completed and conspiracy, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So that's 47. And then 48 is participation in criminal street gang for that same thing. So what she is referring to, okay, are these counts. He pled guilty. Okay. I think I have his plea deal up if you quickly want to see it. I don't want to take too much time, but I have the guilty plea transcript, but even better than that is his disposition. Okay. And so let me pull up his disposition. Okay, so this is his disposition. And so what you see, it's a guilty plea. Okay, you see his name is at the top, Antonio Sumlin. And so he pled guilty, okay, to count 1, violating the RICO Act, count 47, which is conspiracy to commit a crime, what I just showed you, okay, the conspiracy to kill Lucci. And then the state said that that activity was his participation in a criminal street gang. So 47 and 48 are for the same thing. And then he has 55 as well. I didn't show you guys count 55, but count 55 is conspiracy to commit a crime. That has to do with Polo, and it has to do with, remember she was saying Cordarius Dorsey, aka Polo. So they're saying that the two of them conspired to murder Harold Clements, an associate of a gang, the YFN gang. And so they're saying Dorsey provided Sumlin the phone number. Remember, she was just saying, and did he give you the phone number so that you could set him up to murder him? And he was saying yes. So that is count 55. Okay. So all of his charges, there's the RICO, and then there are these conspiracy charges where people were essentially trying to get him to kill people. So it's the disposition, not deposition. Deposition would be like an oral, right? Like this is the disposition. This is the final disposition. I can't think of the proper word, but the result, if you will, of his plea. So just to finish this out, he has 15 years probation. So he pled guilty. And so as a part of the guilty plea, they gave him 15 years of probation. He has, as of now, has served 2. But back in August, he apparently was shoplifting. And so right now, his probation could be revoked. And so he could have to serve out the next 13 years of his probation. He could serve that out in jail. Okay. And so as a part of, let me just scroll down, as a part of his plea deal, though, you'll see, right? These are he has to testify truthfully about all matters relating to this case upon which he is questioned at any trial or judicial proceeding stemming from the facts alleged in this indictment. So him testifying is because it's a part of his plea. And as we said, he could be revoked right now. So all of those nerves, I imagine some of that is coming from the fact that he knows that he could have to go to jail after it could be revoked. So there's a lot riding on that. And so that's why I assume that has, something to do with his nerves. But that's just a little bit of context as to what they're talking about. I imagine we're going to get to the jail calls, but that's a little bit of context as to what's happening. Is that helpful? Hopefully that's helpful. Let me pull back up the thing so we don't get too behind.
He probably did have my phone number. He probably did.
Now, we talked about the web. You said it was on Brownsmill Road across from the golf course.
Yes.
Who owned the web?
I don't know who owned the web.
Whose home was it?
What you mean, like who?
Whose childhood home was it?
Mr. William growed up in that house.
In 2021, did you spend time at that location?
Yes.
Who acquired it for you in 2021?
I think Mr. William had rented it for us.
And would people sell drugs outside of the web? Sell drugs at the web?
I mean, I sold drugs, but I don't know. Like, I don't know if nobody was selling drugs. Like, I can't say nobody was just selling drugs outside the web. Like, I wasn't even selling drugs at the web. Like, I go to the store, but like, he got that house for people who didn't have nowhere to go lay their heads, and like, you get what I'm saying? Like, if you get into it with your girl, you got somewhere to go. You want to have some extra company, you got somewhere to go.
Did he also provide the web so that you would stop selling drugs at the gas station?
From my understanding, he secured the spot so we can have somewhere safe to be, because they kept shooting up our store.
Who kept shooting up the store?
I mean, I don't know who wrote. I didn't never go get them.
So I'm gonna ask you again, did you sell drugs out of the web?
I mean, like, I never really just sold drugs out of the well. I can honestly say that. Like, I never.
I didn't ask about you. I asked, well, did they sell drugs
You
out of?
actually just said you, so.
Oh,
You would ask a different
excuse
question.
me. Did YSL members sell drugs out of the web?
I mean, they weren't doing business with me, I mean, I went in a bit. And I can't tell you what another grown man. I wasn't watching another grown man do. Like, it was just something I ain't into.
Do you remember taking a plea in December 2022 in this case?
Yes, I remember.
All right. And as a part of your plea agreement, do you remember going over certain factual acknowledgments?
Yes.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to look at those factual acknowledgments prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's in Market States Exhibit 420 VV. Do you recognize 420 VV?
The whole document. 20 VV, the whole document.
Yeah, you can flip through it to make sure it's the entirety of it.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's 420 VV, the plea agreement that you signed when you took a plea in this case.
Yes.
And does that appear to be the entire agreement with no additions or deletions?
Yes.
Looking at 420 VV, first I want to go to number 14. Here, the house on Brownsmill Road, is that referred to as the web?
I said it.
All right. Looking at number 13, does that say YSL members sold drugs from their home at 2539 Brownsmill Road, Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you initial that right there?
I did.
And did you initial that as a factual acknowledgement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm gonna ask you again. Did YSL members sell drugs from their home?
Overruled.
Answer. You can answer.
like even though just it wasn't just YSL member allowed there. Like it just like what you saying? Have I ever seen somebody sell drugs out of the web?
I just asked, do YSL members sell drugs from the web?
Yes.
All right. And I'm going to publish what we just submitted.
Read it. Oh, the pictures?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
426 BV. And 427 BV. Right. Is that the living room at the web?
Yes.
All right. And is that a security system inside that living room?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 427 BV. Is that the same, just a different angle of the web or the living room at the web?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are you familiar with a home at 2830 Waters Road?
Yes, I've been there before.
And whose home is that?
I mean, I don't know who spot it was. I know I used to go there and play the game and gamble and stuff.
Do you know someone by the name of Nicholas Carter, also known as Big Nick?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Do you know someone by the name of Nicholas Carter, also known as Big Nick?
I know somebody about Big Nick. I don't know Nicholas. I don't know Nick Carter.
And how do you know Big Nick?
Just from around the area.
Do you know him to stay at 2830 Waters Road?
Stay there.
Yes.
I know. I mean, I ain't frequent water road like that, so like I don't see him there, but I don't know if he stayed there.
You said that you would go there and play the game. What game are you talking about?
I'm gonna go play the PlayStation 5.
You said PlayStation 5?
Yes, yeah.
Did the other YSL members congregate at 2830 Waters Road?
Like they just like I don't. Yeah, I used to see some people like visit. Some people come there, but there wasn't no YSL. Like there wasn't no YSL like spot. Like it wasn't no YSL spot.
Did members of YSL congregate at 2830 Waters Road?
Yes, we used to meet up before shows and before we go out and perform. Yes, I know. Yes, we don't.
Is 2830 Waters Road another location where drugs are sold out of?
Drawer probably sold out of the drawer probably.
Drugs probably or drugs were?
Like, I mean, they probably were like I'm not watching nobody like.
Did YSL members sell drugs out of 2830 Waters Road?
I sold drugs out there.
Thank you for that. Did YSL members sell drugs out of 2830 Waters Road?
Yes.
Did YSL member keep guns at 2830 Waters Road?
I don't know nothing about no guns. I don't know nothing about no gun.
permission to approach?
You may. Go ahead.
Yes.
The witness or me?
No, I wanted to approach the witness, but I thought you
Yes,
were
you
asking
may. No.
412 VV. I'm sure you must know Martin Stacy's 412 VV. Do you recognize 412 VV?
Yes,
And how do you recognize 412 VV?
it's a picture of me.
And is that a picture of you from your Instagram page?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 412 VV into evidence. Permission to publish.
Nay.
First, where is this picture taken?
Cleveland Avenue Park.
And the clothing that you're wearing, what is it? What does massa, does that say massa on your pants leg?
Yes.
What does that stand for?
I think Make America Slime Again.
And is that a snake on the right-hand side of the pants leg?
Like that, that's supposed to be a snake.
Okay. And then what is your caption?
Can't spell slime without me.
And then do you have a hashtag?
The beast.
All right. Now, with YSL, does the YSL gang have a rivalry with the YFN gang?
I mean, a couple guys from both sides probably have some personal issue, but like as in whole, I don't. They probably have some personal issues, but as a whole, I can't just say everybody got a problem with everybody. Like they probably got personal issue, whatever they got going on, they got going on.
I'll ask again, is YFN a rival gang to YSL?
Making me wonder if it's a factual acknowledgement.
I mean, we don't been known to go back and forth, so like.
In that same factual acknowledgement, I'll show you again 420 BB.
Damn, damn, damn.
On page 2, what does number 3 say?
YFN is a rival gang to YSL.
And did you initial that with your initials on
Yes.
this document?
Yes.
All right. And did you also sign this document?
Yes.
So,
Whew.
how long has the rivalry been in existence?
I was in prison.
So did it start when you were in prison?
Yes.
Do you know what year it started?
No.
How long were you in prison?
52 months.
So when did you get out?
2017.
Did the rivalry start before you got out of prison in 2017?
I mean, I hadn't heard some stuff, but I guess, yes.
Do you know an individual by the name of YFN Lucci or Rayshawn Bennett?
Yes.
How were you familiar with him?
He's a rapper.
Do you know him outside of being a rapper?
Personally?
A person?
I said personally?
Yes.
No.
Back in February of 2022, specifically February 9th, 2022, were you aware of him being stabbed in a Fulton County jail?
No,
Do you know someone by the name of Jaden Myrick?
no. Well, I heard about him when this case came about, but I don't know him. I don't know him at all.
I want to take you to February 22nd of 2022. Did you get a call from Christian Eppinger while he was in the Fulton County jail?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he reach out to you to get permission to harm Lucci, YFN Lucci?
Yes, he reached out to me.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to that jail call in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
Here we go with the call.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 418 VV. Do you recognize 418 VV?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I mean, you showed it to me earlier.
Is that the jail call?
I mean, I thought you showed me 3 discs. I thought, yeah, it say jail call.
Have you heard the jail call?
Yes, early.
All right. Yeah, this time the state would like to tender and admit 418 VV into evidence.
Y'all listen closely, because this is a part of why, you know, they were saying Thug is the, outside of Woody, but Thug is the king slime with this call. Sorry if I'm loud. His attorney is there. Even with Thug gone, remember this is Rico. So they still have to show evidence of the gang and enterprise, and that crimes were committed in furtherance of that. So just know, even though Thug's gone, some of this stuff still does matter. Or can matter.
Oh no! Is that Obama? Oh yeah, that's why he's talk. Hold on. Oh Yo, what's up, man? What's up? What's going on? What the hell you got going on, my brother? Shit, just popped out. I had quit today, bro. Goddamn, I been stressing, boy. I got a warrant with Ned, shout it. And goddamn, I went to court this morning. They ain't bring that shit up, so I'm back out now. I'm sending up some shit right now. Me, Ted, and Rose. Send some shit up. They got some bad. You know what I mean? Soon as that shit go through, I'm gonna bless you, bro. Seen about 500 now. How much them phones is? You know, I'm in Rice Street, son. I know, nigga, they got a phone down there. Yeah, that shit upstairs though. Oh, it's upstairs. What's going on? They got me on PC with the boy Luch. Oh, that's on PC. Yeah, hey, find out what I can get for that, bro. Huh? Man, find out what I can get for that, bro. Get for what? You know what I'm talking about. I know what you can get for. I just told you where I'm at. Okay, so what you need me to do? Find out what I can get, man. I just told you who I'm in the going with. Who you in the going with? Lucha, nigga. Oh, you in the going with him? Yeah. No, I'm finna make a call right now. I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let you know when you gonna be able to call back. I call back anytime, bro. I've been trying to call you, bro. Bro. I know if one nigga gonna make sure nigga straight, bro, Obama gonna do it, bro. Obama gonna make sure it's good. Man, yeah, you know that, but goddamn, I'm finna just put some. I'm just finna put something in some folk ear and see. You know what I mean? What they gonna send to you? Goddamn. What you want? I need a lawyer, bro. I need a lawyer answer right. Yeah. You do, and that's a big fear right there. If you get that boy, so yeah, I don't see nobody not fucking with you, bro. If you handle that business, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. I was trying to get Dollar number so I can holler at Slime, man. I know I was gonna holler at him about that shit on the phone, but he gonna catch a nigga drift just like you did caught my drift. I'm gonna pull up to the Yoda tonight. Bro. Boom, just pull it out. I'm gonna pull up to the Yoda tonight. That bitch ass supposed to be sending me something, bro. I'm gonna pull a shout to the side on some one-on-one shit and just ask him shout. Hey, yeah, bro. And tell him my situation too, bro. I already know he done heard about it. You know I'm gonna tell him, bro. You know I'm gonna tell him I got you, bro. Yeah. Who all right now? Yeah, me, Ted, Rose, Chill. Look, hey, tell Rose, be on the phone. Who it is? That big bread line, man, nigga. Man, stop playing on me, boy. What's going on, boy? What's up, nigga? What you doing, man? You good? Yeah, just nigga trying to make it. I ain't complaining. I'm alive, man. I'm gonna get some for you. Give me like Monday. I got you. Hey, yeah. What they going? I'm gonna get it too. If you can cash up it to my baby mama. But goddamn, if you want to like drop it off, it's my girl staying in Lakewood. All right. Obama got the number? Yeah. All right, my phone there. I'm gonna get my Obama. I got you. Hey, yeah, man. Just hold your head, nigga. I'm good. Huh? You ain't talking line? Nah, they got me on PC with the op boy. On PC? Yeah, they got me right here with Luch. No. Tell me, give you something now. Huh? Tell me, give you something now. Man, I'm trying to holler at Slime, man. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yo. Yeah. Hey, Obama. Yo. Yeah, though, man. Just make sure you do that, though. I know you're gonna got that make sure they good, but I mean, you got the cause I already know, bro. I already know the situation, bro. But yeah. Like, if if I busted some of these folks, know what I mean, let you handle their business. If the folks want you to handle their business, then goddamn. Yeah. Hey, when you get a chance, call me back, bro, so I can talk to you one on one. I got a lot of ears around. All right, goddamn. Yeah, that's so. Hey, who right there with the cash up, man? One of y'all they got cash up. I got cash up. I ain't got nothing on it right now, baby, bro. Oh, man. Yeah. It's a girl. Tell her to lock me in. As soon as I get some more cash up, I see some. So. All right, bro. Love y'all. I love you back, bro.
And we'll stop playing at 11:18 into the call. My first one, do you know why Mr. Eppinger was in jail?
Allegedly.
Were you aware of a shooting of a police officer on Cleveland Avenue in February of 2022?
Yes, I heard about it.
And did you have any knowledge if Mr. Eppinger was a part of that shooting?
I know he was arrested for it.
Now, on that call, Mr. Eppinger reached out to you to get permission to stab Lucci?
I mean, yeah, he called me. Yes, he called me.
Do you know why he would have to call to get permission to stab Lucci?
I mean, that's another conversation. I left where it was. I never took the next step to reach out to nobody to try to hurt nobody. I was just idle conversation. I was just talking to be talking. I didn't.
I understand. My question is though, do you know why he would have to get permission to go stab Lucci?
He ain't got to get permission. He a grown man. He can do what he want to do.
So why was he calling you to get permission?
Sustained.
When he was asking for permission, who did he want you to reach out to?
I don't know. I said I put some in. I know. I just replied like I put some in a couple people's ears. So
Who were the couple people's ears that you were going to put something into?
nobody.
Okay. When he says that I've been trying to get Dolly so I could talk to Slime, who's Dolly?
Mr. William have a sister named Dolly.
Okay. And then who is Slime?
Somebody in the car. I guess he referring when he said that. I guess he put Slime and Dolly in the same sentence, so I just assumed he was talking about Mr. Williams.
Going back to your plea agreement, did you tell us who Slime was in that call when you took your plea?
Can I see the plea?
Sure.
Oh.
So you again, page 420 BV. I'm gonna direct you to page 3 of 6, and you can just read this to yourself first. We're gonna look at number 11. You said probably, I assume. I'm asking you, who was it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what he said first.
What did he say? I didn't hear it either.
Object, just object.
Did you get it,
I
Madam
said I
Clerk?
just told you. I mean, I just told her who.
Did you say you assumed who it was, or was it Slime?
I just like from the conversation, I just put 2 and 2 together. He put Slime and Dolly in the same sentence, so I just figured he was talking about Mr. Williams. I know.
When you said you were gonna pull up to the yo, what were you referring to?
I was talking about the studio, but I was lying.
And when you were lying, what were you telling him you were going to pull up to the studio and do?
I probably would saying to yo just to make him think that I was gonna pull up on Mr. William, but I never really gonna pull up on Mr. William. I never gonna go ask him that like that. I don't even know if they know each other, so I know I wasn't gonna go ask him that like that.
Did you tell him, or did he tell you that he just needed a lawyer for that?
Yes, he said that in the car.
And did you tell him that would be a big fee if you get that?
I was just talking, man. I was just
Fish.
Now, in that call, did you also say that Funk just pulled off?
yes, I think I said that in the car.
Who is Funk?
Who is Funk?
Yes.
Funk.
Okay. And is Funk also Mr. Williams' brother?
Yes.
Now, back in 2022, when this phone call took place, was YSL having a beef with YFN?
What's why I said having a beef with YSL? I mean, I had a problem with them.
What was your problem with YFN?
They had them just killed my friend. I mean, I ain't saying they had what it. I don't know who, but people were trolling like they killed one of my friends. So like, it's just something I took personal. I can't say how everybody else felt.
And is that, are you referencing Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Now, do you know someone by the name of Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
And does he have a nickname?
But Wood.
And do you know someone by the name of Zay?
Zay.
Yes.
Yes.
And have you been in conversations with Zay about Woody being harmed in prison because of his status with YSL?
Yes, I heard the phone call earlier.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to that phone call?
Yes.
All right. Showing you what's been marked as 422 VV. Do you recognize your initials on 422 VV?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
I signed.
And is that the call that we were just referencing with you and Zach?
Yes.
Around this time, the state would like to admit 422 VV.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
Nah.
Kennedy said, "Pass out." All the
And
stage.
while that is getting loaded, were you arrested for the charges in this indictment, 22 SC 183 572?
Yes.
All right. And where were you arrested at? Not an address, but a location.
In the cab.
Was it a house, an apartment, or something else?
A house.
And when you were arrested, did the officers who came and arrest you, did they take pictures inside of your home?
Yes.
Okay. And did they find a bandana and a gun inside the house?
Yes, that's what they found.
Did they find the gun underneath a bed or a mattress in the room that you were staying in?
I mean, I had Jake came to the house, so yes, I guess they did.
And was that a picture of the bandana and the gun that was found when they arrested you?
Yes, but that's what they found. I'm wrong. I ain't wearing no bandana. I'm not having no bandana.
Was the bandana found in the room that you were in?
The room that they said I was sleeping in, yes.
Is that the bandana and the gun that was found in the room that they say that you were sleeping in?
Yes.
This time the state would like to admit 416 VV and 417.
Is your minute? All right, admitted.
Oh, so I ain't wearing no bandana. It was found in your room. Yeah, I ain't wear it though. Thank you for the super sticker. Oh, I'm not trying to be loud. For people with the headphones, I'm not trying to blow your eardrum.
Yo, gang. Yo, I miss you, bitch. I hear. I've been dog. I know. I know. Listen, man. I just got a phone with the boy Woody, right? Yeah. Woody just caught me down the road, right? So boom, they did jump on me. They did that, but he was like, they tried to put him on the door and all that. But he said the game tag boy came and talked to him and all that shit. So he dug right hand, man. And long story short, he based on some, bro. That YSL shit over with, bro. Nigga, I started holding new name. Like, that how he coming at me, like, bro, that shit so fucking hot right now, bro. He like, bro, you gonna go to jail, bro. Niggas going to jail, bro. Them folks trying to lock nigga ass up, boy. This shit, see, niggas in jail no more than us because we on the street. Yeah. Freelancing. They know because them folks putting up on them folks. You feel what I'm saying? Sure. Yeah, right. Bro, nigga really got to backstage this shit for a little bit. Like, really not even, like, not I'm not giving up on game, period. He's just like, it's so much going on, this shit, bro. Like, bro, it's so much going on, bro. Like, yeah, it's a lot going on with that shit, boy. Yeah, I think they got to fall back. They got to kind of fall back because it's so much going on. Like, I talked to Woody. He called me because he was like, bro, like, he was like, vape, bro, about 3 niggas done push up on me, talking about your name, talking about, boy, I'm on the vape, Woody, them folks pushing up on Woody, them folks trying to get some screening down there about Saudi, you feel me? Because I heard you got jumped on, and I sent word down there, like, bro, y'all need to eat anything that's pop, you feel me? Yeah. Them folks pushing up on Woody, so Woody finally called, like, vape, boy, you hell, boy, he like, boy, I'm proud of you, boy, I'm like, what? He was like, boy, hey, man, you standing on business, you feel me? So I go and tell him about you. I'm like, man, Obama standing on business too, you feel me? He was like, oh, yeah, shout the one. I'm like, yeah, that's my man, you feel me? Yeah. Yeah, though, but I was just telling him how niggas put up, niggas ain't outside for real. He was like, man, he said, babe, bro, I know that, bro. He like, bro, niggas ain't, everybody ain't like that, bro. You give me the rundown, like, you know, Woody one of the niggas who I really just sit down and listen to. Shout really smart. Yeah. Shout very intelligent, like, and he knowing something like, he like, bro, that shit hot right now. They just chill, bro. Like, just chill, bro. Like, I know he's basically like, bad y'all nigga want to go do something, but you can't right now. He said it's impossible. He said it's impossible. He said, yeah, gonna end up in jail. He said because they watching. When you think they ain't watching, he said they own nigga ass, bro. Yeah. So you got to chill, bro. Just tell Game and tell Rose them to chill. You feel me? Tell Chad them to chill for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. They said nigga backstage, bro. Like just chill and just lay low. You feel me? Until it's time. You know what I'm saying? It's time for everything. Yeah, nigga might need lay low. Lead about end of June. Well, I'm finna say beginning of June, but shit, June about 30 days away. Yeah, June about 30 days. 30 days. We'll be all right. About good. Nah, about 2 months. I give it 2 months because when it be. That's why I said. I said I was finna say June, but June just 30 days. No, listen. I'm still coming around. I ain't just. Me too. I'm just finna go listen. I'm finna stop. Niggas just gotta move better, bro. And start posting just like miscellaneous stuff. Nigga gotta stop posting that YSL shit. Nigga can't post that YSL and shit like that. Yeah, but nigga know what's up. Everybody know what's up. I'm finna stop right here and grab this food stamp card, and I'm finna ride to my house. Then I'm gonna pull up on your spot, bro. I'm pull up on you today, bro. All right, say no more. All right, bro. If you come straight here, bro, I'm bringing your ID today. That's why I told you I'm finna go to the house and get your ID and come straight to you. All right.
And did you ultimately take a plea in this case, Mr. Sumlin?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 421 BV. You recognize Exhibit 421 BV?
Yes.
And is that a copy of your plea?
Copy of the indictment or my plea?
The indictment.
The copy of the indictment.
And do you see your?
Yes, my charge.
And your signature.
Yes.
Your Honor, state would like to amendment 421BB as a self-authenticated document, but Mr. Sumlin has recognized in 22 SC 183572.
All right, it is admitted, and ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I want to remind you that you've now just heard evidence that Mr. Sumlin pled guilty to some charge or charges in this indictment, and I was only admitted for that he committed this defending any you before any offense against him, and not on which either of these defendants is currently accused.
And I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Is there cross for this witness?
There is, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sumlin. My name is Doug Weinstein. I represent Diamante Kendrick. I believe you said earlier you know him as Yak Gotti, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to refer to him as Yak Gotti when I talk about him.
Yes.
Okay. There was some discussion earlier about a phone call between you and Polo, Mr. Dorsey. You remember that conversation?
Yes, sir.
And you were saying that you just kind of say, when someone asks you to do something about this particular issue, you just say yes, yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Why do you just say yes, yes, yes?
I mean,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I was just having idle conversation. Like I never took the next step there.
So sometimes when you're having a phone call
Yes.
between someone in jail, someone not in the jail,
Yes.
you'll just say whatever, yes, 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 just to get off the phone. Is that right?
Yes.
Just to have idle conversation and
Idle
move on.
conversation, yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about this plea that you took for a minute. That plea that you took, it required you to stay away from the other defendants in this case. You recall that?
Yes.
So you can't have contact with any other defendants that were in the same indictment as you, correct?
Correct.
Now, you're accused in this indictment of trying to harm Rayshawn Bennett, YFN Lucci, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're also accused of this indictment of trying to harm Harold Clements, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you required to stay away from them in this plea deal that you took?
I mean,
Or let me take that back. Would you be surprised, if I can have you look at it if you'd like, would you be surprised that you're not required to stay away from them?
I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I wouldn't be surprised.
Given that you took a plea deal and that you're accused of trying to harm those two individuals, were you surprised that they didn't require you to stay away from them?
Objection relevant, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right, I've got no further questions for you.
All right, Mr. Shar, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Mr. Sumlin, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We've never spoken before, have we?
Never.
Never?
Never.
Okay. Well, my name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell.
Let's see what Max got.
And the first thing that interested me, you said that you have known Shannon for 20 to 25 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I know you said you were born on Cleveland Avenue. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you move in your childhood?
No, I never had no brothers, so I went to school in the Thomasville and Four Seasons area with my cousin.
Okay. So you went to school in Thomasville and Four Seasons.
Yes, I went to Thomasville Elementary and I went to Price Elementary. I mean, Price Middle.
Okay. In Thomasville, that's it. Those are in the Thomasville Heights community, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's where you met Shannon.
Yes, sir.
Through going to school. And we're talking about elementary school. Right?
Yes, yes, sir.
You met him in elementary school in the Thomasville Heights neighborhood, which is separate from Cleveland Avenue.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've known Shannon for some time.
Yes, sir.
Do you know Shannon's grandmother, Miss Betty?
No, I can't say I know his
Okay.
grandma.
Did you know him to be raised by his grandmother? Do you know that?
I didn't have personal. I never, we just see each other outside like little kids. Like I never asked him about.
Okay, fair enough. So you never been to his house, and he's
Nah,
never
I
been
know.
to your house or anything like
nah.
that. You just knew.
Yeah, I just know.
Okay. Have you ever tried to rap?
Middle school.
Okay. And as growing up, as part of your friendship with Mr. Williams,
Yes.
okay, friendship with, do you have a friendship with Mr. Kendrick? Is that fair to say?
I mean, we cordial. We speak.
Okay. Do you know other hip hop artists besides those two?
Somebody from the area or just
In Atlanta. Do you know Rooney
Um,
Lee?
What's his real name?
Who
I mean,
he
what's
is?
his slime? I mean, what's his?
Slime Life Shorty.
Yeah.
So you know Miss Slime Life Shorty?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been to studios before?
Yes.
Have you seen people making music?
Yes.
Do you follow music?
Yes.
Do you listen avidly to hip hop,
Yes.
rap?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know about drill music?
Yes.
Okay. Is drill music present in Atlanta?
Now?
Yes.
Yes, right now. That's what I was saying. Now it is.
Now it is.
Yes.
It's popular in Atlanta, correct?
Yes.
Drill music is very violent.
Yes.
Common threads of drill music. Ops. People
Yes.
talk about ops a lot.
Yes.
And that's the opposition.
Yes.
Now, when I say people talk about ops a lot, I'm not talking about YSL or YFN. Okay, I'm talking about drill music throughout the country and throughout Atlanta and throughout the country.
Yes.
They all talk about ops, don't they?
Yes.
Okay, red lights. Red lights. Stopping at red lights.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a common theme of drill music
Yes.
throughout the country, not just in Atlanta?
Yes.
Not just YSL?
No.
Not just YFN?
No.
Okay. What about glizzies? What's a glizzy?
A gun.
A gun. Is that a common theme, a common term used in drill music?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Not just YSL.
No.
Not just Atlanta.
No.
Not just YFN.
No.
Okay. How many people that you grew up with, would you say very few or a whole lot want to become rappers?
A lot. A lot.
Okay. How many people actually make it to the point that they're making money?
Only a handful.
A very small percentage?
Yes.
Okay, but that doesn't stop people from trying, does it?
Oh, sir.
Okay, and when you've seen your friends, say Slime Life Shorty, you know Shannon the rap, don't you?
Yes.
You know him to try to make it.
Yes.
You know him to make songs that have ops in it, correct?
I mean, I know some of his songs. I can't just think
Okay,
of that.
that's fair. I don't. If you don't know, you don't know. Okay. You know Shannon been trying to make it in rap.
Yes.
Going to the studio, working on his craft, promoting himself, correct?
Yes.
Putting songs on YouTube,
Yes.
much like many other people that you've seen growing up. Okay. In your observation, all these people that are trying to make it for these very few spots at the top, is there a competition?
What you mean by that? Like, what you mean? Like, if somebody trying to be better than them?
Yeah.
That's a competition. I can say it's a competition.
In these songs, is there a competition about who's the baddest, the
Yes.
toughest, the most violent?
Yes.
Who does the most on the street?
Yes.
Who's to be feared?
Yes.
Who has the biggest guns?
Yes.
Who's got the most bodies? You've heard that in songs, right?
Yes.
Okay, not just in Atlanta,
Worldwide.
not just worldwide, even in London, right?
Okay. I can't.
Okay.
say that.
You're not familiar with drill music in London. Okay. All right. So these are common themes, and that's part of the competition, is what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've witnessed that firsthand
Yes.
with people you grew up with.
Yes, sir.
Okay. From observing the people that you grew up with make these boasts in their songs, are those boasts, the things that people claim they did, are those always true to your knowledge?
Sustained.
If people killed as much as they claim they do in songs, would the streets of Atlanta, the streets of this world, just be depleting of population at this point? Would there be dead bodies everywhere if everyone was really doing what they were saying?
Sustained.
I'll move on. Let's talk about your involvement in this case, Mr. Sumlin. You're out, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're happy to be out.
Yes.
Okay. 40. Originally, you were charged with 2 conspiracies, one to murder Harold Clements with Cordarius Dorsey, one to murder, or to, to murder Rashawn Bennett, and you're allegedly conspired with Christian Eppinger, and then you're charged with gang activity based on the conspiracy with Christian Eppinger, and you were charged with conspiracy, I already said it, to commit murder with Mr. Dorsey, and in the RICO case,
Yes.
RICO count. And I was very inartful there, but it's 4 counts, RICO, 2 conspiracies, and a gang count, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember what day you were arrested on this case, on this indictment?
May the 11th.
Okay. On May 11th of 2022.
22.
Okay, May 11th, 2022. And that's when they came to the house and took those pictures?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, you were able to, you were represented by an attorney.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you and your attorney moved for bond.
Yes.
All right. And bond is when, after you're arrested, you're able to pay money and be released while the case is pending, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you moved for bond, the bond hearing was heard by Judge Glanville, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And at that bond hearing, the prosecutors were at their table, correct?
Yes.
And at that bond hearing,
Well, I'm going to object to this line of questioning being relevant to the bond.
It's inclined to sustain that. If you want to approach and
I
discuss
can-
this,
I
we
can
can
approach.
do that. Why don't we take our afternoon break anyway? And Mr. Sumlin, you are free to step out if you want to.
All right, good.
Oh, maybe. We'll see what we can do.
These are number 19, I believe, right? Because the last one was 18. I'm pretty sure that's right. I think he's 19 of 20. I didn't put it up there? Yeah, he's 19 of 22. So we still have some more left. And we know that Viverito,
Actually do it at the bench or just do it here?
oh, I thought they were at the bench. Let's listen.
Go ahead.
so Your Honor, I believe this is relevant because when this gentleman,
Kind of let me know where you're intending to go with it.
I'm going into his plea when he pled to an agreed probationary sentence only after he signed the state's factual
What's that
acknowledgments.
have to do with bond?
Well, because the state
He was in
is
Rice Street
fighting
and it's miserable.
against bond. He's not given bond.
He's doing what he
He's
did to everybody.
stuck in jail. Those are all factors. Being stuck in jail, not
Okay.
given bond, are
I
all
mean,
factors.
If you want to just ask, was bond denied? And
Well,
I would say, yep, I was stuck in jail, that's fine.
I appreciate that, and I will ask that if the court limits me. What I'd like to ask is about the state objecting to bond, because I think that is relevant, because on one hand, they're saying this guy is a danger, do not let him out. And then as soon as he signs the form that they wrote, then release him on probation. And I think that's relevant. And right now, I think it's relevant for the jurors to know that they have this document in front of him, and it might explain his demeanor. It might explain.
Okay, so, I mean, are you gonna ask, did the state oppose bond?
Yes.
Yes, they did, and you ultimately, bond got denied, you had to stay in jail, is that the
Yes.
gist of it? I mean, we're not gonna go into a whole lot of, they said this.
No,
they
no, no.
said- Okay, all right, that's fine. Need any clarification or want to voice any other objections?
Your Honor, they still believe that it's hearsay what happened at this bond hearing and affecting your opposed bond, but we understand the court instruction.
Okay, all right, we'll take our break as well.
Thank you.
I'm over here talking and I'm muted the whole time, child. Yeah, I thought he was going to get into, what Max has been doing. Rice Street, you're in jail, you're locked up. Who did you miss outside? Did anybody die? How are the conditions? I thought he was going down that line of questioning. So we'll see. The question I'm having is, he has done that before. Max Sharp has, obviously talked about the conditions of Rice Street and how, people want to get out of jail. And so when you're presented with the opportunity to get out, if you sign and you get probation, and so you take it, right? Like we've heard that happen, which I think are all valid points. Is that enough for this case, for Sumlin? Is it enough for the Sumlin plea? Especially because Sumlin's pleas, that's the first time I've seen an acknowledgement say that YFN is a rival gang to YSL. I have not seen any acknowledgments, any plea deals have that in there. So the fact that his had that in there and he had to say that is wild. And then of course, we have this plea where it's the first time they're calling Jeffrey Slime and he's saying, yes, that's who I was referring to as Slime. Obviously, there's more to that call, and there was never any evidence presented that Jeffrey gave, permission, since that's what they're putting across. There was never any evidence presented that Jeffrey said, yes, go get him on behalf of me and I'm paying you. Like there was never evidence of that. I think the mere fact that the phone call happened is important. For sure. I'm muted still. Taisha, you might be behind. I also think they went back, right? With Sumlin's testimony, they're going back to Tick and DK and all these people, Kenneth Copeland, they was on the phone saying Kenneth Copeland is that boy smart. He the smartest one in this game. That's hilarious. But, strategy. Is this the first time that we've seen real strategy from the state as far as their presentation of the case? Was it intentional to have him come last because his acknowledgments are potentially so damaging? obviously, things have changed with, so many of the defendants taking pleas. But as you're about to close out your case and you've been doing it for a year and you're tying up loose ends and you're on this last murder, is this the witness you want to have the lasting impression, right? We still have Viverito, which, I think will be the last witness. But when you are planning out your very last witnesses, as you're closing this thing down, is it intentional to have Sumlin with these damaging, potentially damage? I'm not saying it's, oh my gosh, everybody's guilty now. That's not what I'm saying. But is it intentional to make him come last? I think Queen Ash is a good point. I don't find him credible. That's the other thing, right? He's saying all this, but the other thing that jurors get to weigh is the credibility of these witnesses. I think that's a very good point. And that's exactly what Max Sharp is about to do with his cross, right? Is poke holes in his credibility, make the jurors understand that basically he was willing to say anything if that meant he was going to be released. And so, that's why I always, cross-examination is always important, because you'll hear one side and be like, oh my gosh. And 10 minutes later, Max Sharp gets up and you're like, oh my gosh, he made such a good point. Now I don't know how I feel. That obviously is the benefit of cross. So, but okay, let me see what y'all are saying. To making it count says, I think it's intentional, but I do not think it's smart. Interesting. Say more as to why you don't think it's smart. Kelly says, baby, they have 11,000 strings they would have to tie up after this case. TJ says, I think his testimony was helpful to the state. I'm not gonna lie to you. Them calls, whether jail or tapped, them calls, when they're saying, right, yeah, that boy Woody said we can't even call ourselves YSL no more because we gotta change the name. He said, you throwing a YSL, you gonna go to jail. When the state has been saying this whole time, YSL is a criminal street gang, YSL is a gang, YSL is a gang. And they're like, record label. And then you have somebody who's known Shannon for 20 to 25 years, who knows Jeffrey, and he's saying that. Does that weigh? Does that matter? I think those are the kind of things that you just have to, weigh or think about. I have to think about. Y'all can think about what you want. Right. Is it a part of their mic drop? To be clear, I'm not saying that they have killed it. Okay. That was probably a bad pun. I'm not saying that the state, oh my goodness, all the guilty pleas. But let me read some of y'all's because I'm behind. I'm going to start from the bottom. Kelly again. I do think it's the most helpful testimony the state has had thus far. Obama was to prove count one. Mm-hmm. And that I agree with, right? Everybody has other counts. Well, not everybody. Rodalius only had count one, but count one and the way that you have to think about count one. Okay. Jeffrey's not in there. He don't have to be. If this evidence is proving the existence of a criminal street gang, if overt acts, at least overt acts were done in furtherance of a criminal street gang. And so again, if he says YSL is a gang and YFN is the rival to the gang, and then the state presents evidence of people in YSL doing things to members of the opposition gang, YFN, is that them proving that these acts were done in furtherance of, right? These are the pieces they're trying to pull together. If you believe him that YFN is a rival, and then the state's like, they shot up this and it was retaliatory. Okay, so then was that done in retaliation? Was that done in furtherance of YSL? You know what I'm saying? Hopefully I'm making sense. It's always weird sometimes when you go on tangents and it's just you, because it's like, I'm talking to myself, but are y'all following? Anyway, but he is obviously very nervous. Brandy says it makes them look like bullies. I think that's a good point. You have somebody up there who's scared and nervous, and we'll see what Max Sharp's about to pull out. Does it just make you hate the state more? That's a good point too. Oh. What else y'all got? Terrell says those calls were stupid as hell. They talking like they kicked it at home kicking it. I don't understand why they're talking so much on the phones. I mean, it can also mean that they knew they would get locked up for it because the state is reaching. Mm-hmm. It's a good point. Danielle says, but all these witnesses and only one has said it. That's fair. Fair point. I don't disagree. Blue says the state finally found a way to pull it together and at the very last minutes. Mustafa, Obama should have been the state's first witness. Oh, I have to hold. Sorry, my child is in here. 1 second. Back. Sorry. To be clear, I'm not saying I just believe him. I'm just giving both sides. Sorry. I'm not ignoring your question. I have been in contact with Miss Angela D. Williams. Why didn't the state start with this sincere question? Why did they waste a year? I think what's important is everybody, listen, just because you have a strategy doesn't always mean it's a good one. You can have a terrible strategy. So if this feels like a good witness that they wanted to have a lasting impression for the jurors, that could be why. The other thing is, this may not have been the plan. Remember, I said his probation, right? He was arrested for shoplifting in August. They could have decided in August, yo, we can hold this over his head. Maybe we hold this. Maybe we let it get to the end because that means we have him for that long. So it could be strategy. It doesn't always have to be a good strategy. It could just be a strategy. And his plea, he, is on pins and needles because he ain't trying to go to jail for 13 years. So maybe. Big Meech, state lost the jury months ago. Nothing they can do to convince him at this point. Wrap it up. Good game. Which I think is the other point. We've heard from a juror directly. The juror directly has said that. So it could be too late. 100% it could be too late. If you saw the video, that was I think it was Eppinger. The video that they played, I want to say last week. That was Eppinger who stabbed him in the jail. It was Eppinger. I keep hitting your comments. Unfortunately for the state, so much damage and confusion has taken place over this trial that one semi-legit witness is not going to shift everything, which I don't disagree with you at all. I do not disagree. Keon, I never pulled YFN's plea deals. I imagine that they more than likely have some factual acknowledgments. The problem with that case is that everybody pled out. So one of the biggest parts of factual acknowledgments, right, and one of the special conditions being that you are required to get on the stand and testify. But if there's no trial because everybody has pled out, it doesn't hit the same way this does. Oh, I'm just getting to the y'all comments of seeing my child with no clothes on. Let me make sure I'm not behind. Okay. I'm glad you don't ignore your kids. Stick around. Sometimes I do. We are at 19. So that means we have what? 3? What just happened? What just happened? 3 more left. What just happened? Yeah, I'm about to text Maurice. Did you just knock over the camera? What if they come back? Christy said, I honestly couldn't understand the calls and a lot of this testimony. Honestly, if I do the recap, I want to, but if I do it, I will pull the very clear thing. I think he very clearly said, the ops boy, I'm in PC, protective custody, and the ops boy in here with me. Who? The ops boy. Who? Lucci. Okay, everybody, listen. If you're going to be on a jail call, imagine being on a call, you trying to spill tea and you trying to be secretive, right? Talking code. And the person is like, who? Yo, I'm trying to take care of this situation. What you trying to do? Take care of the situation. I'm trying to kill him. Okay, everybody, you got to be good criminals if you're going to be on the jail call. Because this is silly. This is silly. See, I got a Georgia number. They was on there. He tried to talk in code and it was not working. That man was like, I need you to spell it out. Oh, we back. Okay. Shanika, you gonna be on the phone talking about what? What you said? If the jury doesn't all agree, yes. If it is not a unanimous verdict on all of the remaining charges that they have to come to a vote on, it will be a hung jury, and a hung jury will mean a mistrial. Yes, that is accurate. And so we have, right? They essentially, how many in total do we have? Let's look really quick. Obviously, they sometimes things change at the end, but in total, Yak has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So Yak has 9 charges that he has to get a guilty or not guilty verdict on. 9. And then Stillwell has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Stillwell has 8. So that's what they will, what is that? 17. So that in total, we have 17 that they'll be having to read a verdict on. He just says, am I the only one who didn't hear Eppinger asking for permission? He said, I told you who I'm with and I'm trying to see how much I can get for that. And Obama was slow as hell catching on. He did. And he was like, I'm trying to talk to, he said, I'm trying to talk to Slime. I've been trying to call Dolly so I can get at Slime or something like that, to see how much I can get for that. So I think that that is the extension of permission. Like that is how they were trying to define the permission. But to your point, it sounds like I can take care of this for you if you pay me. It sounds like a hit, low-key, like him trying to, instead of putting a hit out, he trying to say, can you hire me for a hit? He was trying to put his resume in. Yeah, I think that that's fair. He didn't ask for permission. He asked for payment. No, I think this is a good point, right? They have their own charges. It's not like.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
I'll come back to this. Remind me.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sumlin, couple more questions. On direct, you talked. I think we played one of the phone calls, and you talked about those phone calls you had with Mr. Dorsey,
It was my.
Mr. Eppinger. Okay. Okay. Let's talk about the phone call with Mr. Dorsey first. How long have you known Mr. Dorsey? Since 2017
It's February 15th.
of 2017,
Yes.
sir, of 2017.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And you and Mr. Dorsey were in custody on that day when
Yes,
you
sir.
met him, correct?
Yes, it was in prison.
So that call, Mr. Dorsey called you. You did not call Mr. Dorsey.
Right.
And Mr. Dorsey was in jail and you were not in jail.
Right.
Okay. And he called you about bringing some harm to a person named Mr. Harold Clements. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any problem with Harold Clements?
I didn't even know Harold Clemens.
Could you speak up just?
I didn't even know Harold Clemens.
Okay. And did you said that Mr. Dorsey gave you some instructions?
Right.
And is it fair to say, is this fair recapping your testimony that you hung up the phone and moved on with your life?
Right.
Okay, you did not act on what Mr. Dorsey was
No.
asking you to do.
Right.
Okay. And then you had another call from Mr. Eppinger.
Right.
Mr. Eppinger was calling about, the state was saying permission. Wasn't Mr. Eppinger really looking for payment? Isn't that what it was? It wasn't permission, it was payment.
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Eppinger, and I know you said alleged, we'll say alleged, but
Y'all just said it.
he was accused of doing something really crazy and idiotic. He was accused of shooting an officer
Yes.
who was trying to arrest him, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know of, and this officer, to your knowledge, if you know, this officer was trying to arrest him on a separate warrant, and that's when Mr. Eppinger shot the officer.
I think that was the situation.
Okay. And then Mr. Eppinger, after shooting the officer, ran away from the officer. So to at least prolong before he got arrested.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know of anyone in this case, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Kendrick, anyone on the indictment other than Mr. Eppinger? Did you ever hear of anyone encouraging Mr. Eppinger to shoot that officer?
No, sir.
Okay. So Mr. Eppinger calls you, and he's in jail now for shooting the officer and for the case that the officer was trying to arrest him for, correct?
Yes.
And then he starts asking you how much money he could get because he needed to hire a lawyer.
Yes.
Is that what he said to you?
Yes, I think he said. Yes, I think he said it in the car.
Okay, and from the call, he told you that he was locked up with Lucci, right?
Yes.
And at first, when he gave you that information, you didn't even put two and two together why he was even telling you that.
No. No.
Okay. In fact, you said, find out what I can get, and then you said, for what? Was that on the call?
Yes.
And then you asked him, what do you need me to do?
Right.
The truth is, you looked at Mr. Eppinger as like a child that got himself into a very bad situation.
Correct.
His own doing.
His own doing.
And you hung up that phone and you didn't act on it anymore.
No.
Okay. So on December 22nd of 2022, You pled guilty.
Yes.
Okay. And before pleading guilty, you were still in jail. You pled guilty from jail, essentially.
Yes.
Okay. The plea took place in the courthouse, but you were brought over from the jail. You were not free on December 22nd of 2022, correct?
No, sir.
All right. And part of pleading guilty to what you pled guilty to was a condition was you had to sign this form, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you did not write this form.
No, sir.
You were given an opportunity. Were you given an opportunity to review this form with your lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you did not write this form.
No, sir.
And the letterhead on it is the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes, sir.
After agreeing to what was written on this form and entering your guilty plea on December 22nd, 2022, you were allowed to go home, correct?
I went to Clayton County.
Oh, you had a hold in Clayton County. You were released on this case, and
Right.
then you were transferred to Clayton County.
Yes.
And then since you've resolved your situation in Clayton County.
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
Ms. Weinstein, anything? Redirect? Okay.
I think so on direct examination that there were people claiming to have killed your friends, Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah, I said they were trolling on Instagram.
Trolling. Do you know if Lucci was affiliated with the people who were trolling on Instagram?
My personal knowledge, no, my personal knowledge, like when you ask that, what you mean? Like what you?
The individuals who were trolling, were they associated with YFN?
Yes.
And is Lucci associated with YFN?
Yes.
Have you ever heard the term dry snitching?
Dry snitch. Yeah, I heard it.
How have you heard that term?
I mean, I heard the term before. I can't explain how I heard it. I can't.
What is your understanding of what the term means?
I can't say what dry. I heard the term before, but I can't just say what it means.
Okay. Back in 2022, after you were arrested on this case, did you learn that your phone number, there was a search warrant for your phone number and there was a wire on your phone, a wiretap on your phone number?
Yes, man, I learned that yes.
And at the time, did your phone number end in 8711?
Probably did.
Court's indulgent. Nothing further,
Sir, you were just asked about people trolling on Instagram after the Christian McMillan, Darius Ford double homicide.
Right.
Okay. And that was in March of 2022, correct?
Yes, I was locked up.
All right. The truth is, there were a whole lot of people trolling about that death, correct?
Right.
There was a whole lot of people claiming responsibility for Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford's bodies, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
People from YFN were on Instagram claiming their bodies, claiming responsibility, correct?
Yes.
People from PFK were on Instagram claiming responsibility for those same killings, correct?
Yes.
Members of the Henchmen.
Yes.
Henchmen is another rap collective
Yes,
on
sir.
the east side of Atlanta, correct?
Yes, sir.
People that were members of the Henchmen were also claiming responsibility for Mr. McMiller's and Mr. Ford's desk, correct?
Yeah, it was a lot of people trolling about they death.
Okay, so there was at least 3 different groups and multiple people within these groups who were all claiming responsibility for the same deaths, correct?
Yes,
And they were doing it publicly, right?
yes,
So the world could see.
yes,
And all 3 of these groups are involved with rap music, correct?
yes,
With drill music,
yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right. Mr. Sumlin, you are excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Gerald Walsh to the stand.
Number 20, guys. Number 20. I could see him being revoked still, personally. But maybe not. I could see it happening. I do think it could have been worse. It could have been worse.
Gerald Walsh, Gerald, Walsh, Walsh.
Good afternoon. How are you doing, Mr. Walsh?
I'm doing well.
Can you tell the jury where you currently are employed?
The Department of Defense, Cyber Crime Center, DC3, as a technical instructor
And how long have you done that?
since September, mid-September
Of
this
last
year.
year?
This year.
This year? So where did you work before then?
Here at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And how long did you work with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Over 7 years.
Now, can you describe for the jury before you left, what was your last position?
I was Assistant Chief Investigator over the Technology Unit.
And in a general sense, can you briefly summarize what would be some of your duties and responsibilities?
Digital forensics, meaning that I sought to obtain digital evidence off of different devices so that they could be used for the prosecution of crimes that occurred. And then also I was a wire room administrator, which we're going to get more into.
Because you just brought it up, can you explain what is a wire room administrator?
So a wire room administrator just makes sure that, the wire room is where we do a lawful interception of a communication. And in that wire room, we have to have everything set up, all the computers set up correctly, all the users set up to use the software, the collection software, and just all these different things. Kind of like IT, but more specialized for that law enforcement purpose.
And let me ask you this, is part of, or did you have some involvement with wiretaps related to this case?
Yes, I did.
And is that what you're here to testify about?
Yes.
Now, before working in the DA's office, what was your law enforcement background?
I started my law enforcement career in 1990 with the Leon County Sheriff's Department, Tallahassee, Florida. Then I went on to the Seminole Department of Law Enforcement at the Hollywood Indian Reservation. I was a tribal police officer in Hollywood, Florida, and covered 6 reservations in Central and South Florida. Then went to West Virginia State Police, where I left there as a trooper first class after over 7 years. And Then I came down here to Alpharetta Police Department, where I was a patrol officer, and went back to West Virginia. All these moves had to do with different family reasons. I know there's a lot of them, kind of nomadic. At any rate, in West Virginia, I was with the West Virginia Medicaid Fraud Control Unit as an investigator and initiated a digital forensics unit there after completing a degree in computer forensics from Marshall University when I was living there. And then came back down here to the DA's office.
Now, I wanted to ask you about, in general, can you describe for this jury a wiretap and what that involves?
So a wiretap is a lawful intercept of communications. And when I say lawful intercept, I mean it's a really big deal and should be the last kind of enforcement action that any agency would take. And you have to go in and explaining that in any kind of lawful intercept and explain the circumstances that got you there.
Your Honor, I can ask a couple other questions.
All right, go ahead.
So, can you describe when a wiretap comes up? Are you able to get voice calls that are made?
Yes.
Are you able to get text messages?
Yes.
Are you able, in some circumstances, to, or let me ask you this, with calls and messages, do you know the date and time the call's made?
Yes.
Do you know the number that is receiving or making the calls?
Yes.
Do you know if it's outgoing or ingoing, or incoming, excuse me?
Yes.
Now, and let me ask you this, what was your title or position as it relates to the wiretaps in this case?
Technical case agent.
And can you describe for the jury what wiretaps were obtained in this case in terms of who was the subject of the wiretap or the phone number that was?
I believe it was D'Amico Garlington and I remember the last name, Sumlin.
D'Amico Garlington and Antonio Sumlin, does that?
Yes.
Now, and when you had this up, is there a secure location where the wiretap, when it's live, so to speak?
Yes, it's always done in a secure location that is not made public due to operational security reasons.
And is there a process called minimization that you can explain to the jury?
Yes, so every wiretap court order involves minimization rules that are administered by one of the assistant or deputy district attorneys within the district attorney's office that monitors the lawful interception. And these rules are given to anybody that's involved in monitoring the wiretap and really anybody that's connected to that particular investigation. But it's usually a short list of people, meaning that it's not discussed what's going on with anyone else and any of the agencies involved.
And let me ask you this, without getting into specifics, is there occasions where a wiretap call, the sound would go in or out in terms of that call would be minimized?
Yes, so a minimization rule, which can be different for each case depending on whatever the rules call for. But as a standard rule, whenever you listen to a particular target phone call, if you're looking for information about a particular crime or subject and that is not happening, then after a period of time, you must minimize that call, meaning that you stop the recording. And when you stop the recording as a monitor, you cannot hear anything that is being said on that particular phone call. And there's no way to go back later and get that. Once you turn it off, it's off. You can't hear it, make any record of it. It's non-recoverable.
So with some of the wiretaps that you did, in this case, if a call's being played and it all of a sudden just cuts to what appears to be a different part of the conversation, could that be a possible minimization in that call?
Yes. And yes.
Now, I wanted to show you, and Your Honor, I'm not going to publish these documents, but for efficiency's sake, I'm going to utilize these, and I can show Mr. Sharp quite briefly. I was going to, let me ask you this, Mr. Walsh. Would some of the paperwork that you filled out and submitted to the various cell phone providers for these wiretaps, does that contain some data that's helpful in terms of phone numbers or dates as it pertains to the wiretaps you were involved with?
Yes.
And would looking at those documents help aid in testifying about phone numbers and data that you may not have on your memory as you sit here today?
To refresh my memory, yes.
Your Honor, I am going to approach the witness, and I will mark these before we conclude the day.
All right.
One brief moment, Mr. Walsh.
Is this in regards to where did I go? Because that's hilarious.
Now, in this specific case, was there in total, or let me ask you this, looking at those documents, if they would refresh your memory, can you say the last four of the phone number associated with Mr. Sumlin that you had mentioned a wiretap for?
I believe it was 7355.
Well, I'll ask you about for Demekion Garlington, did you ever have two numbers or two wiretaps that had to get obtained?
Yes.
Can you explain that briefly to the jury, how that came about?
So if communication on one line stops for whatever reason, if someone stops paying a phone bill or turns off the phone and stops using it and communication ceases, then the inference is that target may be using a different phone number. So if you find that other phone number out, then you can, with the same probable cause, go up on that different phone number.
Understood. Now, with looking at, and did that end up happening in this case?
That did end up happening on this case. And I will say for the record, when I'm looking at these are face sheets that have a lot of data on them, and they talk about target numbers and types of data that are going to the carriers themselves so that they can use them for programming the back end of the connection, so to speak. So it doesn't necessarily say this number goes with this person. It's more about the technical data on these face sheets.
Is there a phone number that ends in 7355?
Yes.
And is there one of those documents a phone number that ends in 8711?
Yes.
And was there initially one of those documents that ends in 3244?
Correct.
And let me ask you, before testifying here today, were you able to review a medium, bless you, ma'am, to review a medium that has some of the data from these wiretaps?
Yes.
And is once the wiretap is complete, is someone, for example, defense counsel, a prosecutor, law enforcement, whoever, that after something's complete, are they able to tell the date and the time of the call and listen to the calls that are not minimized?
Yes,
And does this medium contain that data, so to speak, that someone could use to review a wiretap after it's complete?
correct.
And it pertains to the wiretaps that were conducted for Mr. Garlington and Mr. Sumlin.
Correct.
And were you able to mark that medium after you reviewed it? I'm approaching the witness with what's marked as 437 Victor Victor. And is that a USB drive, Mr. Walsh?
Yes,
And is that the USB drive that you initialed?
it is.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the wiretap information for Mr. Sumlin and Mr. Garlington that you obtained?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender or move to admit 437 Victor Victor at this time.
It's admitted.
Your Honor, before we admit it, could it be conditionally admitted? I'm just reiterating the prior objections and prior litigation that has already occurred regarding this, as well as conditionally subject to the litigation regarding the contents of that.
I'm not sure I follow you on the
Approach.
conditional admission. Everything we've litigated, any objection you have that was overruled is reserved.
Okay.
Do you mean something beyond that?
No, that's
Okay.
what I'm hoping to do. Thank you.
That they are admitted over objection, your objections are reserved.
And let me ask you, Mr. Walsh, in general, was the beginning of these wiretaps in March of 2022?
yes,
And was the ending of these wiretaps sometime in early May 2022?
yes,
And were both of these wiretaps active at the same time, so to speak, in that window of time?
they were.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Do you know when you worked this wiretap, did Investigator Viverito have any role or assigned title as related to this?
Yes, she was the case agent, which is different from the technical case agent.
And in a brief nutshell, what would your role be as the technical case agent?
As a technical case agent, my job was to get the connections made in between the cell carriers, the intermediary computer company that would control the collection data and servers, and connect it with the server in the wire room.
And in general, the case agent for wiretaps, what in general is their main role or function in this process?
Their job is to review all of the collections and to make sure that the minimization rules are followed, and or if they need to be changed for whatever reason.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. No further questions, Your Honor, from the state.
And cross, All right, thank you for your time. You may step down, call your next witness.
Call Special Agent Bernie to the stand.
You guys, is this 21? Oh my gosh. We're almost at the end.
It's a return witness, right? Is he a returning one? Okay, that's right. Good afternoon, Mr. Bernie, or Special Agent Bernie. I'm sorry. I'll just remind you that you're still under oath. You can go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Y'all remember Bernie?
Welcome back, Agent Bernie. How are you doing?
Good, good. Thanks.
Now, when you had testified last, you mentioned that you did multiple plotting as related to this case. Do you recall that?
I do.
Now, did you ever plot cell phone records related to or cell tower location related to the March 14th, 2022 murder of Shamel Drinks?
I did.
Now, I wanted to ask you, as it relates to that, did you generate a report as you completed the last time you testified?
I did.
Now, I'm going to approach you with what is marked as State's Exhibit 395, Victor Victor, and ask you if you recognize it.
Remember, he does like cell phone numbers and plots them. But he said March 14th, that means Shamel Drinks' murder. But we already seen where they are. So,
and is that
what he
the
had?
report you generated for this case?
It is.
Your Honor, this time the state moves to tender into evidence 395 Victor Victor. Now, how did you initially?
Just hang on.
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe there may be some extraneous.
Okay.
May I just see info? What you're seeking with. Okay. I'm good. Thank you.
All right, admitted.
I'm going to use this center podium, Agent Bernie. I tried to make it work over there, but I got a lot of documents. So I wanted to ask you, did you get cell phone records for how many cell phone records did you review for the March 14th, 2022 murder of Shamel Drinks?
5 separate numbers.
Now, when you got involved with this, were those 5 separate cell phone records provided to you?
They were.
Now, I want to, in Your Honor, this is pursuant to the certified business record exception. This is 391 through 394, Victor, Victor, Alpha, and Bravo. And the Alpha is the business record cert, and the Bravo is the subscriber information. And then there's DISC with the CDR records for these.
All right, so is it VV and then VVA and VVB for each of those numbers?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. So there will be
All right,
3. There will
for
be,
each. I
yes, Your
understand.
Honor.
Okay, those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Agent Bernie, I'm going to hand you, or put up here what has just been admitted and ask you a couple questions about it. I am going to publish 391 Victor, Victor, Bravo. And while that comes up, Agent Bernie, did you have some cell phone records related to Shannon Jackson?
I did.
And did you have more than one phone number that was associated with Shannon Jackson that you analyzed?
That's correct.
Were they both Verizon cell phones?
They were.
And was the last 4 of one of them 8694?
It was.
And was the last 4 of another one 1103?
It was.
Now, I'm going to zoom in on this document and ask you a couple questions. Do you see this search and start date and search end date in the Excel spreadsheet before us?
I do.
What is that time frame pertain to in these Verizon records?
Yeah, that is the search start and end date is when the records were reviewed for the information.
And is this top column the phone number ending in 1103?
It is.
And is the second column the phone number ending in 8694?
It is.
Now, scrolling to the right, I wanted to ask you about, as we keep going a little bit further, at the top when it says, please forward to reseller track phone. Previously, you had testified about a track phone. Do you recall that?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what this column indicates with that data?
Yeah, that just means that TrackPhone was the provider that was actually collecting the bill, but TrackPhone doesn't have its own cell phone network. They use or rent another network. And in this case, in the Atlanta area, that's going to be Verizon. So if you go buy a TrackPhone from Walmart or wherever, Target, you buy a TrackPhone and activate it, it's actually running on Verizon's network.
And if we scroll a little bit more to the right, you will see we will keep going a little bit further. Where it says disconnect type. And I'm going to expand that alpha column because sometimes Excel won't show it, and ask you, what does that MTN effective date mean?
That's the mobile number effective date, meaning that that phone number for the top row, which I believe was the 1103 number, the subscription or service for that number started on March 15th of 2022. So the effective date is when the service started for each of those numbers.
And I'm going to ask, let's see if it's up there. Do you see a laser pointer that looks like a flashlight by chance?
No. I do not.
Thank you. So that is a laser pointer. It's color green. So can you use that to help orient the jury when we're talking about some of these items, if you don't mind, sir? So the top one is the Verizon cell phone associated with Shannon Jackson that ends in 1103. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the effective date of that cell phone?
You can see the effective date here is listed as March 15th of 2022.
And the phone number beneath it is the 8694 number?
Yes, sir.
And what is the effective date of that phone?
You can see the effective date listed here as March 7th of 2022.
So if you plotted any records related to these on the March 14th, you would only have data available to plot related to the 8694 number.
That's correct.
And then finally at that type, what does that column, which is XL Alpha Charlie, reseller and prepaid, indicate?
Yeah, that last column here just shows, hey, that this is a reseller number, meaning the person who is actually paid the bill is TrackPhone, as we saw previously. And then the second number is actually a prepaid Verizon number. So Verizon's collecting the bill, but it's prepaid, meaning through like minutes or through cards that you would put on there to resupply your minutes and those kinds of things. It's not a what we would call postpaid account, which is every month someone pays the bill on a credit card or out of a debit card.
Now, Agent Bernie, what's going to populate for yourself and the jury, I'm going to publish 392 Victor Victor Bravo, and you may be able to get a jump start with the hard copy there before you. And I'm going to ask you a couple questions. And while this comes up, was the number ending in 0027 one of the numbers that you plotted?
It was.
And was that number associated with a Quarmavius Nichols?
It was.
Now, as this comes up, was the phone number associated with Mr. Nichols, what was the provider? Was it Verizon, AT&T?
T-Mobile.
T-Mobile. And who requested the records for Mr. Nichols' phone?
Those were done previous to me coming in, so probably Atlanta Police Department.
Now, this is going to populate momentarily. Now, at the very top of this, do you see the requester from these records?
I do.
And we're going to zoom in a little bit. Who is the requesting party?
Yeah, you can see it listed right there. It says Alfred Hogan.
And what was the date that they were provided on?
You can see the date listed there is March 22nd of 2022.
And what was the subscriber name on these records?
Yeah, subscriber name listed down here is Oya China.
And not the full address, but just was the subscriber address a 50 Mount Zion Road?
It is.
I am going to publish 393 Victor Victor Bravo. Was there a phone number ending in 7355 associated with Demikion Garlington that you reviewed?
There was.
Was that also a T-Mobile phone?
It is.
And as that's coming up, 393 Victor Victor Bravo, what was the activation date on that 7355 number with Mr. Garlington or associated with Mr. Garlington?
It looks like in the records here, I'll pull these up. Were you asking the effective date of the account?
Correct.
Okay. Was March 2nd of 2022.
And when was that account associated with Mr. Garlington canceled?
December 1st of 2022.
And was this a prepaid account?
It is.
So is there no, at least within the records, associated name or address?
Correct. If you scroll down some more, you'll see that it says prepaid unlimited account with T-Mobile. It's right there, listed right there. So no subscriber information is required if you do a prepaid card.
So I wanted to, thus far, we have 2 Verizon numbers associated with Mr. Shannon Jackson, a T-Mobile that is associated with Mr. Nichols and Mr. Garlington. Was there one last phone record that you were requested to review?
There was.
What was the last 4 of that number?
8940.
And was that associated with a Miles Farley?
It was.
Now I'm going to publish 394 Victor Victor Bravo. And while that's coming up, I wanted to ask you who the subscriber name on that 8940 number was.
Yeah, you can see it on this report listed right here. Billing address and billing name is Miles Farley.
Now I'm going to publish what's already been admitted as 395 Victor Victor, which is your report. And I'm going to specifically publish slide 7. And it should come up here on the screen in a few moments.
Miles Farley is also one of the ones that was charged with the murder of Shamel Drinks. So I'm assuming they're just going to place it's Demikion Garlington, Miles Farley.
And as it relates to the phone records that you plotted for March 14th, were you requested or asked to focus on around the time of 10 p.m.?
I was.
Now, just zooming in briefly, are these the numbers and phone numbers that we just discussed that you analyzed related to this case?
They are.
Now, one brief moment, Agent Brennan.
These were the 4 people charged with Shamel Drinks' death. Obviously, Quamarvius Nichols, those charges were dropped with his plea, but there's 2
Now,
numbers. But
just can you give the jury a brief refresher? We're going to publish page 6 to orient them to the data that they will be seeing in these slides.
Yeah, so if, in my previous testimony, I talked about, how a cell phone works. And in the records, we can see the cell phone tower and the sector that's used for each, call, text, or data session, depending upon the records that were obtained. And then for each tower shown, there's going to be a box. It looks like this. We call it like a call out box. And that box contains information relevant and information obtained from the call detail records. The old school phone bill, right, that had who we called, what date and time, duration, but also the cell phone towers and sectors or side of the towers that were used. So on this call out box, again, it has the unique cell phone number and sector, has the date that we're looking at the records. It'll have the phone number whose records we're looking at. In this case, it's the blue number ending in 8905. And then again, a time period will be in local time. And then it'll say the type of activity, whether it was an outgoing or incoming call. And then this number right here is going to be the number of degrees out of 360 degrees that the middle of this sector is pointing. So in this specific example, this sector points toward 122 degrees, which is south and east. And then the last phone number listed there is the other side of the call, whoever, in this case, placed an incoming call to our number.
Now, I'm going to publish slide 8.
I think I know what they're going to get at.
And again, is this orient the jury to 10 p.m. on March 14th, 2022?
It does.
All right. Now, I'm going to publish slide 9 and ask you, is this the 8694 associated with Shannon Jackson?
It is.
And can you orient the jury? Is this just capture a single call on March 14th, 2022?
It does. And we see that, again, it's on March 14th. We see the time period at the top. Again, the phone number whose activity is mapped will be on the left-hand side. It says that here. On the right side will be any key locations. And then also one thing to remember is each of these red dots on here are other towers. So in this case, these are all other Verizon cell phone towers. So here we can see at 316, the red phone used this tower, specifically this sector, again, putting that device in this general area here.
And do you see the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport on this map?
I do.
And can you just, is it to the right, northeast, so to speak, of that tower?
Yep, it's located right here.
And the time of this call is 3:16 p.m. on March 14th, 2022?
It is.
Now, I'm going to move to slide 12, or excuse me, slide 10. Is this from the time frame of 9:40 p.m. to 10:20 p.m.?
It is.
And we're going to zoom in a little bit, but that red CS icon, can you describe for the jury what that address is?
Yeah, we see the address listed up here. It's 400 Windsor Street Southwest in Atlanta.
We're going to go back one slide. And what is the first call that you see on this slide?
Yeah, so again, the first call we see is at 9:50, and we see that listed here, 9:50 p.m. And we see the tower and the sector again that was used by this device.
Now, is the 950 call in the vicinity of the crime scene, the tower location, I should say?
It is both the 950 and the subsequent call at 957 both use the tower that's closest to the crime scene and the sector that would cover the crime scene, as we can see here.
Now, after that 957 call on March 14th, when is the next call?
So after the 957, again, that uses this tower and sector here, the next activity is over in this general area here, and that's at 10:14 p.m.
How much time passes between 957 and 10:14 p.m.?
Approximately 17 minutes.
And do you see between those two locations, is there a major highway between them?
There is.
What is that highway?
Yeah, you can see I-20 right here in between the tower used on this side and then the tower eventually used on this side 17 minutes later.
And is that tower on the left, do you see the intersection of Highway 70 and I-20?
I do.
Can you orient that for the jury?
Yeah, so here again is I-20 this way, and that Highway 70 is this yellow road that kind of goes right through the middle of that sector.
And is that blue icon above just an icon for a local airport?
It is.
Now, I'm going to publish, and let me ask you this. Is there 3 calls at 10:14, 10:15, and 10:19, all using that same tower and sector location on the far left of this slide?
There are.
Now, I'm going to publish slide 11 and ask you, in addition to March 14th around 10 p.m., were you also requested to plot some location data around a 2830 Waters Road?
I was.
Now, can you orient the jury? What is the time frame for this slide?
Yeah, you can see it at the top, March 15th of 2022, around 11:03 p.m. until the next morning, March 16th, 2022, around 10:35 p.m.
Now, is this slide, is it capture data, phone calls? What does this slide indicate?
Yeah, so again, I was asked just to review activity of the device as it was close to this address here. So again, this doesn't show all of the activity of this device throughout the entire period listed at the top, just the ones that were close to the Waters Road address.
And does this slide have both the 8694 and the 1103 Verizon phones associated with Shannon Jackson?
It does, yes. So you can see it might be hard for them to see this far away, but there's some 864s. This is an 864 activity. I think the top one here is an 864 activity, and the rest of them are all on the 1103 device.
And can you describe for the jury, do these 2 towers or phones, is there any relationship between them in terms of the tower locations?
I mean, yeah, again, you can see tower here provides coverage in this area. Tower here provides coverage in this area. There's going to be some overlap between towers. Again, you know, one tower doesn't start and the other one start at the same end and then start close, right? They're going to overlap those towers. So there's going to be some overlap between these 2 sectors. Again, probably in this vicinity over here near the Waters Road address.
Now, Agent Bernie, I'm going to briefly publish what's already been admitted as 3 Victor Victor. It will come up for you on the screen momentarily.
So I thought that they were going to be getting at the at the gas station, they called each other because remember, if you recall, Hilton with one of the witnesses was like, they called and said like, get on FaceTime or something. And then they said, they showed basically get on FaceTime, and they were showing that they were next to Chimel drinks. And that was like them, agreeing to
Agent Bernie, I'm going to ask you,
kill.
what is the date on this admitted document? 3 Victor Victor.
The incident date?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so you can see the incident date listed here is March 16th of 2022.
And what is the address?
The address is listed further down right there. 2830 Waters Road, Southwest.
And
in
under
Atlanta.
incident times, what is the time that the dispatch on this document received the call, as where it says dispatch received?
Yeah, you can see the under this column here, incident times. Here's the dispatch received at 8 minutes after midnight, 8 minutes and 39 seconds after midnight on the 16th.
Thank you, Agent Bernie. I'm going to republish slide 11. And ask you, when that comes up, what is the first time on slide 11 that you mapped?
Oh, the mic, sir.
Yes, so the first time that's mapped on here is this one here at 11:03 using this tower and sector. And then this one's 11:18, and then all of the other ones starting at 12:03, again, using this tower and sector here.
And is there a call at 12:03 a.m. and 12:17 a.m.?
Yeah, there's some phone activity at 12:03, 12:17, and 12:25 a.m.
And is there also phone activity at 12:25 a.m.?
There is.
Now, I am going to publish slide 12. And I wanted to ask you, is this the slide pertaining to the data related to, or the phone associated with Quarmelius Nichols?
It is.
Now, with this particular slide, can you describe for the jury what this data indicates as we zoom in?
Yeah, so for this phone, some additional data was provided by the phone companies. So on the previous records, what we would see is a tower in a sector or side of the tower on a call detail records. Well, this phone, T-Mobile was able to provide what's called timing advance records. And timing advance records, in addition to the tower and the sector, also provides us a distance that the phone is away from the tower at a specific time that the device checked in. So here we can see there's an arc. We see it here kind of at the top here for an example. So the device checks in with the network, and a distance is determined based on a signal sent between the phone and the tower and returned back. You multiply that times the speed of light, and that gives us the distance that the device is away from the tower when it checked in. And so these are additional records that allow us to be a little bit more precise about where a device is at a specific date and time.
Now, what is the first time that there's data on this slide?
So again, we see data. This was reviewed between 9:40 and 10:36. And first activity here is at 10:03. There's a timing advance data report of 0.19 miles away. And that puts the device on this side up here.
And let me ask you, would time in advance with data, if you don't have any time in advance information, what does that tell you?
So to explain timing advance, it's always occurring in on your phone. So if your phone is turned on, it's trying to check in with the network to determine what's the strongest tower, other kinds of things, network interactions. So if the device does not have timing advance, the device is either turned off or it's in an area that has no service.
Now, I wanted to ask you, and I'm going to show you, did you have opportunity to review the data sessions for the phone associated with Mr. Nichols on this time?
Yeah, the timing advance records, yes.
And is the time in advance records come up in a large Excel spreadsheet?
They do.
And if I were to show you a snippet of the time in advance records from that spreadsheet, would you be able to answer some questions if time in advance records were being shown at certain times, or provided, I should say?
Yes.
I am approaching you, Agent Bernie, with a snapshot from what's already admitted as State's Exhibit 392 Victor, which is the call detail records. I wanted to ask you on that. Do you see this 10:03 p.m. entry point?
I do. So again, we're reviewing data sessions report, and I see the one in question. There is a data session that starts at 10:03.
And I'm going to zoom in for right now. And on this slide, what you first have is this 10:03. Do you see that on the screen?
I do.
So with the Excel spreadsheet with the data sessions that you have before you, do you see that same 10:03 p.m. data point?
So that data point at 10:03, 22 seconds listed there is off the timing advance report. And what we have here is a slightly different. It's the data sessions report at 10:03 and 23 seconds.
And with data sessions, what is the previous data session before, or do you have a data session around 10 o'clock on March 14th, 2022?
There's one on the records. So the one thing to remember about T-Mobile records, they're kept in UTC time. So again, this record shows 2:03 a.m., but when you transition it from UTC time to Eastern time, that would be 10:03 p.m.
And what is the data session before that time?
Listed on this report in UTC time as 14:33. And then when you convert it, that's going to be 10:33 a.m.
And is there any data sessions before 10:03 p.m. on March 14th?
There's a series of data sessions. Again, the last one, the one we have, there's a 10:03 p.m. Previous to that is a 10:33 a.m. and then a 10:18 a.m. and then a 10:03 a.m. So a series of data sessions.
And that goes from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Correct.
And so during the day of March 14th, with the data sessions of that phone, is there any
Is this the wrong screen?
data before 10:03 p.m. in that 12-hour window, roughly?
There's no.
There is not.
Now, I am also wanted to ask you, you see how it has this RTD and it says 0.19, 0.10, 0.15?
I do.
Is that where, can you describe for the jury briefly, now that they can see it, what that indicates?
Yeah, so again, that comes from the timing advance report. What that stands for is range to device, RTD. So again, what's happening is the phone is on, checking in with the network. A signal is sent from the tower to the phone and then back to the tower. However long that takes in milliseconds, they multiply that times the speed of that light, and that lets the network know that that device is a certain distance away. So in this case, listed on the report, the phone checked in at 0.19 miles away at 10:03 and 22 seconds. At 10:03 and 25 seconds, it checked in on a different side of the tower at 0.1 miles away.
And roughly, Agent Bernie, what is the scale of this from the red crime scene icon to the green highlighted tower for this phone?
Yeah, so if you, oh, there you go, zoomed out a little, you can see the scale on the bottom. You know, a general distance would probably be, you know, like 2 miles, a little bit over 2 miles in between the crime scene and the tower represented in green up here.
Now, did you also, I'm going to publish slide 13.
Yes.
Did you also plot cell phone records for 8940, the phone associated with Miles Farley?
I did.
And on this specific slide, I wanted to ask you, does this show at 9:42 p.m. Miles Farley's phone?
It does.
And what is that blue W icon that we see on the screen?
Yeah, again, that W icon is the 2830 Waters Road Southwest.
And does the phone associated with Miles Farley appear to be at that 2830 Waters Road address when this 9:42 p.m. call is made?
It's in the vicinity. Obviously, it uses this tower in this sector. That tower and sector would provide coverage to the Water Street. So that device, again, could be at the Water Street, yes.
Now, I'm going to publish slide 14. Is this capture the next call data related to the phone associated with Miles Farley?
It does.
And after that 9:42 p.m. call, when are the next calls for this phone?
Yeah, you see those listed using the tower and sector here. 9:55 is the first one listed.
And when that 9:55 call is made, do you see this tower in relation to the crime scene?
I do. You can see the tower and sector used. It's hard to see the tower there. It's right underneath the crime scene icon there. It's the closest, again, the closest tower to the crime scene.
And is there a series of calls at 9:57, 9:58, and 9:59?
Yes, all using the same tower and sector.
And at that 9:59 p.m. call, it's in the vicinity of the crime scene. Is that correct?
Correct. It's using the tower and sector that would provide coverage to the crime scene. But again, you know, I can't say if it's on this side or down in here, but it is in that sector that's covered, also covers the crime scene.
And on the records you have for Farley's phone, is the next call after this 9:59 call? What time is that last call captured on this slide?
Yeah, the next one here, we can see the device has traveled north and westbound, and that phone activity is at 10:53, and it's an outgoing call.
And do you see the intersection of I-20 and Highway 70 on this slide?
I do.
Can you show the jury where that is?
Again, there's your I-20 right there. 70 is this road right here.
And do you see that blue icon for the Fulton County Airport brownfield as it reads on the screen?
I do.
Now, and there is on this slide a gap of roughly 54 minutes between those two calls. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Now I'm going to republish slide 10. And this slide is the 8694 associated with Shannon Jackson around this time frame. Is that fair?
It is.
And do the cell tower locations between Farley, the phone associated with Farley, and the phone associated with Jackson have any similar movement patterns?
They do. Obviously, both of which have phone activity here at 9:50. This one's 9:50 and 9:57. The green device, or correction, the purple device for Farley we looked at was 9:55, 9:57, 9:58, 9:59. And then both of which have activity in relatively the same area here. This one, the first one's at 10:14, 10:15, and 10:19. And the Farley device is at 10:53. Now they obviously use different towers because one's a Verizon phone and one's a T-Mobile phone. So they're not gonna use the same tower.
Now I'm going to go to slide 15. Did you also plot the phone records with the phone associated with Demekion Garlington on this time frame?
I did.
Looking at this slide, is this phone activity between is it essentially two calls on 9:30?
I'm going to let it keep playing, but just if I was making a video right now, the things that seemed, okay, so we know the 4 people who were charged, okay, and we see the video, we have ankle monitors, so we know the people who are involved. I think what I was hoping to get from him is establishing that a phone call from one car was made to the other car right before or right when Shimel Drinks pulls up. Like that's the kind of information that I think that would have been relevant. Obviously, you track the phones to the way that they go, but we see them on camera, so that's not all that like necessary. But I get it, foundational, like just to double confirm and show the jurors, like look at all the evidence that was him in the car. So that makes sense. But the other thing is, okay, so then what happens afterward? Are there more calls afterward? But like all of that is just not being very clear right now. And so that's why I'm getting confused. Like I think he is such an important witness, this guy. But even when he did the evidence for Donovan Thomas, it is so confusing that I think it falls flat, even though it should be really important. It always, you got to listen 5 times just to track what they're saying. So anyway, that's what I was hoping to get out of this. It's not very clear when calls were made and to who were the calls made to and from. And then when were the FaceTime. He talked about this like internet action, which they said it was a FaceTime. Like that kind of stuff's important. They're just not talking about it accurately.
Towers for him.
I did.
Publishing slide 16. Can you describe for the jury what this slide indicates?
Yeah, so this is a continuation of that 7355 phone, the blue phone here. We can see between 9:48 and that's 10:59. And then we can see the towers and sectors used. So the first is at 9:48 using this tower and sector here, 9:48, 9:49, and 9:56. Again, putting that device in this general area here. And then the next tower that's used is at 9:59. There's 3 separate incoming calls, all using this tower and sector here.
Now, those 3 incoming calls at 9:59, do you see that on this slide for the phone associated with Garlington?
I do.
I'm going to publish these records for the phone associated with Farley. Do you see a 9:59 call on March 14, 2024 for the phone associated with Miles Farley?
I do.
And is that phone at that same time also in the general vicinity of the crime scene?
Yes, it is. That's actually using the exact same tower, just a different antenna.
And if I go back to slide 10 for the phone number associated with Shannon Jackson, is there a 9:57 p.m. call that you see on this slide?
Okay.
There is.
And is that also using, or not using, but using a tower in the general vicinity of that same crime scene location?
It is.
Okay.
I am going to
So it sounds like he's saying they were.
go back to slide 16.
Okay.
And this slide itself captures phone activity from 9:48 p.m. to 9:59 for the phone associated with Garlington. Is that correct?
It does.
Now, publishing slide 17, where does the phone associated with Garlington travel after that 9:59 call near the vicinity of the crime scene?
Yes, so you see that device. Again, we're still looking at the blue device, 10:06 to 10:54. We see that device has phone activity, and that activity moves westbound, starting at 10:06 and 30 seconds, an incoming call in this general area here. And then we see the next one is at 10:06, 55 seconds, 10:07, 10:08. And then eventually on this slide, the last ones are at 10:45 and 10:50.
Now, going back to slide, or let me ask you this. Do you see that same highway, I-70, highway, I-20 on this slide that we have discussed before?
I do.
Can you orient the jury where that is?
Yep, here is I-20 this way, and this is 70 that comes in right here.
And is that the blue Fulton County Airport icon we had discussed before?
It is.
Is the general travel patterns for the phone associated with Shannon Jackson, Demekion Garlington, and Miles Farley, absent the timing of the movement for Mr. Farley, a similar pattern?
They are.
And is the all of that movement essentially westbound, the tower movement, I mean, westbound down I-20 from 400 Windsor Street to this area near Highway 70 and I-20 intersection?
That's correct, yes.
A brief moment, Your Honor.
Oh my gosh.
Agent Bernie, are you familiar with Fulton Industrial Boulevard?
Not exactly the location, no.
Understood.
He didn't want to ask that question. Hilton made him.
Thank you, Agent Bernie. No further questions from the state, Your Honor, at this time.
Is there a cross for this witness?
No questions.
All right.
No.
Your turn. You are
No, what's this?
I believe at this point released.
Oh.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Call your next witness. Sure. Yeah.
Is this last witness? We would take a break right now. What time is it on the East Coast? 4:30? She's been saying she wants to go to 6. Are we going to 6 or are we ending now and tomorrow is going to be the last witness? Is that what's happening? You guys, I need to go get alcohol. I feel like I should be drinking, except this is the witness we need to pay attention to. Ladina says she thinks they'll start fresh tomorrow. Yes, girl, I need something. I need something after that witness.
Yeah, I am ready.
Oh, I can't believe first day of testimony. It's almost literally a year since the first day of testimony. It was like November.
Goodbye, Mom.
Goodbye, babe. It was like November something.
And do you have
I'm not a lawyer, but this is the part 2 recap for you guys. I hate hearing my own voice. It was November 27th. November 27th. We are, what are we, like a week, 2 weeks away from what would have been a full year from when they started, and they're about to end. Oh, you guys hear my child? Yeah, I think so too, right? That's how it feels. It was no, like, what are they going to cross on? Especially if it's like phone data and they're not disputing it. He hasn't said he wasn't there. Thank you, Chrissy, be talking. Because listen. Yeah, I don't. What a time. All right, child. She did tell them to call the next witness. You're right. So am I going to DoorDash that drink? I actually have some drink in my fridge. The fact that you called him Barney is hilarious. His name is Bernie, but I don't know if you're being funny or not. I took it as you being funny. That's funny though. Who plays Mel in the movie as the woman who showed up and ended the case? That's hilarious. Yeah, Obama. That's interesting. That Obama situation. I forgot who was saying it. I mean, they could not revoke him because he didn't. I mean, he didn't get up there and show his behind the way that Sledge did. He did not get up there and show his ass. So it could, be fine for him. It could also not, because I think the reason it could not is because he was being revoked because he shoplifted, not necessarily just for, if you get on the stand and don't do what we told you to, but it was for shoplifting. So if they're like, okay, we'll make this go away because you cooperated with us, that is an option. But they could also be like, you cooperated with us, but also you can't be stealing. So but 13 years is a long time too. So they don't have to do the whole thing. Once I heard Obama's phone call, it made it a little less painful. Indeed. Yeah, that phone call and them factual acknowledgments, child. Yeah, we gonna see how this goes. Wait, not at this point. Bring Woody back. Sweet July said, I need details of the shoplifting. You want to know what exactly he was stealing or where he was stealing from? Which one matters more? I agree. He was pretty in line. He was giving them what they needed from him. It doesn't seem like they're done for the day. She asked for them to call their next witness. I mean, but by our count, this is the last witness. So I don't know if that means we're done. I mean, and they expect this witness to take a while, right? If it's Viverito, it's going to take, they're not going to end today, maybe not even tomorrow. Maybe they end Friday because, you know, the state may, I mean, the defense will have questions too. And then maybe we get into defense. We'll see. What if they're like, just kidding, we have 10 more witnesses we forgot to tell y'all about? They're on break. I think it was Weinstein who was like, can we have a break? I think it was Weinstein. So no, we're not done. That's gonna forever be funny. Literally him on the phone trying to plan a hit, and the person you're talking to is like, who you trying to kill? On a jail call. Who you trying to kill? Who you said? Nah, she not gonna. If they try to add 10, Whitaker her head might explode. We don't know what the actual factual acknowledgments are because they're not in the transcript and they're not in his disposition. So we don't know specifically what they are outside of the way that conversation went with him on the stand, which was, there was a factual, it sounded like it was 13 or 14, where he said YSL was a gang, that members of YSL sold drugs out of the web, which they said is the trap, right, for YSL. I think there was a factual acknowledgement that the web was Jeffrey's childhood home. That was the first time that's ever come out too. Like, is that true? That's the first time that has ever came out. Because earlier, I think it was Tick. It was either Tick or DK. They were talking about the web and they were asking whose house it was and who pays rent there. And that's when they were trying to be like, yeah, somebody got cursed out because they didn't have the money. And Jeffrey was like, y'all don't be never having the money for this rent. Like, what's up? So, and then they were saying that it was rented from some guy. And like, there was he said it was like a door guy. It was like a unhoused person, a homeless person who was like always at the door, like checking it or something. So anyway, the fact that all of a sudden this was Jeffrey's childhood home was news to me. That is the first time I've ever heard that. Yeah, he was making them pay. What's the point if you're going to be in a criminal organization and you are selling drugs on behalf of that organization and like you have all this stuff? Where are their benefits? This was a terrible organization. Sorry if you hear my child. I don't know where he was stealing from. Akira says, I'm telling y'all, they are going to be found guilty on some of those charges, especially Rico. Yeah. I that was my first time hearing that. So as a part of the organization, you have to pay dues and you have to sell drugs and give them a percentage of the drug that you sell. And there's an initiation fee. Honestly, you should just go join the YMCA. It feels like better benefits. Like, what's the benefit of being in this organization? That seems terrible. No, it sounded like they let the homeless guy stay there, but he also would like be the door person. So like when people knocked, he would be like, oh, he would okay to let you in or not let you in. Y'all remember that testimony? It was crazy. YSL equals your slumlord. Yes, those are the vibes. You know, here's what's interesting about the charges for Yak. Here's what's interesting. Here's my maybe unpopular. you know how they were showing those pictures from Jeffrey Williams' house when they had the raid, and then they showed all the stuff that was found, right? And obviously there's all this talk about his watch went missing, but they talk about this raid at Jeffrey Williams' house, and they talk about they showed the pictures of the guns, right? Switches and all types of stuff. Then they show pictures of these drugs, all these drugs, right? So in addition to Jeffrey Williams being charged, right? It's his house, all that stuff is found. Diamante Kendrick is also charged. Remember, they tell the story. The guy got on the stand and he was like, I was outside and I see him running and I start chasing and following after him. Remember, basically Yak ran. Yak was at what they're saying, Jeffrey's house. The raid happens and Yak tries to run, but they eventually catch up to him. He gets those charges. I am curious if the jurors are going to be like, this is Jeffrey Williams' house. Why is Yak being charged with this? I could see a world in which he could potentially be found not guilty because in the pictures, they're opening, remember the secret door? They're opening secret door and finding drugs and guns. They're in all these closets and stuff. So if that's not his house, I mean, they did say Yak had been staying there for a while, but if that's not his house and that's been made very clear, I'm just very curious. I don't think that they've done a good job on that. Yak obviously also has the Donovan Thomas murder, but here's the other question. Did they do a good job in proving that? So is there a world in which, many of these charges for Yak are not guilty? I think that's the thing I'm very interested in. Yak seems very unguilty to me out of all of them. They aren't tying Yak in very well. Karma says, I see a world where the jury just pull a jury nullification and just vote not guilty because they are tired. I could see that juror that has been trying to get out of here. I could see him doing that. Him being like, hey, everybody go home. The state did a terrible job. They're terrible people. This should not even, because of the way they prosecuted this should be a not guilt. Like I could see that happening. Joanne says the defense's case in chief will be amazing and they walk. That's what you think, huh? Yeah, they can beat murder, but not drug, gun, and RICO. Akira thinks that they can beat the murder. When you say they, you think both of them, because Shannon, of course, has both murder charges. Yak only has Donovan Thomas's. So you think both of them can beat those. And so you think Yak can, even though everything was at Jeffrey Williams' house, you think he could still be charged with that. Wasn't my house and wasn't my bandana. I'm too grown to wear a bandana. So many quotables from this trial. It's so ridiculous. Ashley says, don't seem like Yak did the hit. If I was a juror, it'd be not guilty for Yak. Doug agrees. I agree, Mel. I'm sure there was a case somewhere, but not here, huh? Naomi. Hey, Naomi. I don't think I said hey to you today. A part of me feels like the jury is so annoyed that they'll choose guilty on the lightest thing or not guilty on everything because of that. I could see that. The juror who couldn't take the job out of town. Imagine, I mean, everybody knows how you feel about your job, right? Imagine you have a job, you're up for a promotion, you want to take it. And then the court is like, you better tell them, no, you got to keep doing jury duty. Or I would be pissed. I wonder if there's any like rules, if you can lose out on that. They can't like fire you because of jury duty. Like you have to have a job. But if you were getting a promotion, how she was up for a promotion and she been on jury duty anyway? She went up for that before she probably hit up her boss like, hey, if you promote me and tell me to move, I bet you I can get out of this. And it didn't even work. Let me keep reading. Kids who join gangs just want to be a part of something. That's true. A group that makes them feel togetherness, purpose, and importance. Sports, strong family foundation, and school clubs like band are important. I definitely agree with that. I really don't think the state has proven much beyond reasonable doubt, except the hit on Lucci. I agree with that. Yeah, I'm not reading yours. The third vehicle had me not guilty on every murder regardless. Yeah. I started way late because my 3 out of 4 of my hooligans are sick. Oh, girl, I'm sorry. You see, my child is around here, so I get it. Project Ban shirt. Honestly, the state has done a really bad job. I could see them voting not guilty. Yeah, they still get paid $25 a day. They over here making money, okay? You got to pay taxes on this? Do you have to pay taxes on the money you get paid for jury duty? That can't be right. America is on some BS, though. It may make you, but that would be crazy. So your $25 really is like 18, 17? Oh, I could be wrong. I hope the jurors go on a media tour and that they come on the I'm Not a Lawyer But debrief, okay? I want to do a live. The juror who had to write the 20-page paper. Oh, during jury selection. It's so stupid. That's true. Juries are unpredictable. That's true. Are SB and Yak associated to the Lucci hit? I would say not directly. Not direct, like it wasn't them on the phone or them saying, yeah, get them. No. Yeah, they get $25 a day. And if you recall, when Glanville, I think I still have the order. When Glanville was the judge, one of the jurors was like, yo, when we don't come, when you take off because you keep taking all these days off and we don't come to court, can we still get paid for those days? Because we still can't go to work, but we're not getting our little 25. So he had to put in an order to say that even on non-jury days, even when, you know, they don't have to come in, he had to put in an order to say that they could still get the $25 a day. Yo-Yo says, I watched this case and all the testimony and looks like they are really trying to pin that case on Shannon. Families want justice, not this BS. They need to deliberate at least 6 months. That's going to be the question. How long is jury deliberation going to go? Oh my gosh. Jury duty in Kentucky is $12, $12.50. That's crazy. Brooklyn said, I'm not going to lie. I manage a bunch of headaches, so put me on year-long jury duty on this kind of case. That's funny. $4,000 for a year of your life. I'd be pissed. Oh my gosh, I'd be so pissed. I'd be so pissed. I believe, listen, they're never going to call me for jury duty after this. Let me make sure we're all caught up and I'm not behind because, you know, sometimes that be happening. Okay. I would be you took a year of my life and gave me $4,000. I might be the person in the deliberation room, like, not guilty. And I don't care what you got to say, not guilty. And if they're guilty, they'll do another crime again and we'll get them then, but not for this case. They gonna have to do another crime. That's terrible to say out loud. Yes, they're on break. Classy mob. Yeah, jury instruction is going to take 12 days. Jamber Marie says, my county only pays $15. Having to pay tax money on that came from taxes is crazy. It's $6 in Texas? $6? Sean, are you being for real? Jurors get $6. Are you being serious? That's crazy. $6 in Missouri? That's crazy. Okay, follow me. Do members of society who work in cash industries, follow me, also get selected for jury duty, and can they also not work? I guess I'm sure they do. As long as you're registered to vote, you can be selected for jury duty. But I wonder, do they have to take time off? Because it literally wouldn't interfere with their job if they work overnight. You feel me? Okay. NYC pays $40. Y'all rich. $40. I'm in Dallas and I got $20. Texas is minimum 6, max 50. Okay. For $6 a day, they better wrap at noon for real. $10 in Alabama? This is so bad. America is terrible. Listen, I'm with you. If I was getting $6 a day, not guilty. Low-key may be guilty. That's crazy. Yes, you followed my train of thought. You followed where I was going with that. Oh, I guess that's true. When did they sleep? No, good point. Good point. At some point, they have to sleep. Houston first day is $30. Oh, subsequent days is $58. That's a lot, though. That's quite a bit of money. I'm a little surprised. I agree. If the case lasts longer than a month, they should get paid more. I agree with that. Listen, and I say even more than Black people, but I agree. This is why Black people avoid jury duty. The reality is when everybody doesn't have jobs, employment that pays them throughout jury duty, right? Like they don't have to. They can't fire you for it. That's the only requirement, is that you get to keep your job, but they don't have to pay you through it. And so that's why so many people during this case were able to cite like financial reasons that they can't serve on this jury, because they're like, I can't survive. And so you limit the pool of jurors you actually have, because everybody can't afford to just get $25 a day.
A folder I should be looking at.
What are we doing?
What?
Y'all be chiming in like, what I missed? I was at work doing work. These people made me work. I had a meeting. It'd be cracking me up. It's 2, so they should be done. I think they're done.
Oh, I didn't know you were attached to CC. Yeah, no, I got the one this morning. Is there something different? Or is that the one? Same one. Okay. That's you to report it to, or you get it?
What would it have been this morning?
It would have been the email from Ms. Hilton that I forwarded to the updated Dropbox.
Oh, okay. Now I can just find that in my now deleted items.
Send it to you again.
Did you send it this morning?
Are they done? That's what I want to know.
And will it have issues for tomorrow, actually today?
Yeah.
Is it that one? Okay.
That's a fair.
All right. Okay, and so it'll be the link that Ms. Hilton sent? Got it. Okay. Let me know which ones to click on.
Okay.
I just opened the first one. For me, just the arrow keys, just go to one of them, so you don't have to back out.
Yeah, so my first one is 3282.
Yes.
Okay.
And I am objecting to this. I believe this is Mr. Kelvin Watts.
think it's fair to say Viverito's coming tomorrow. They're doing this for the rest of the day.
Tell me why I feel so safe. It's my shelter. And then hashtags. I am objecting under hearsay rights. Mr. Watts is not testifying.
He's clearly not a co-conspirator. What's the state's response?
That was funny, Paige.
Pulling up my computer, Your Honor, but
Okay.
the only thing that I think in this post that has anything that can have any truth asserted is we're at war. I mean, I don't know what the true meaning of conch shells are or bird emojis or numbers. I mean, I don't think they can have truth of matter asserted under the legal rules of hearsay. But specifically with this, it is, this post has, and primarily these posts that the state intends to include have non-hearsay purpose in terms of this is a public declaration that we're at war, but tell me how I feel so safe. And then hashtag nutlife, hashtag a number of different things that publicly saying we're at war is letting you know what, at least according to this public Instagram post, what the poster of this is in their mind. And the state's theory, of course, is no secret that Shellkel and members of YSL have had a long-running feud since 2015, as seen by the multitude of interviews of Kenneth Copeland, Quindarius Zachary, and testifying. And this is now March 2022. The specific post is August of 2022, but and of course, no one can be in the poster's mind, but it's just the public declaration of this. And when you have the hashtag of nutlife, that is in direct reference to the murder of Donovan Thomas, and then it becomes nutlife times 2 after Shamel Drinks is murdered. And so the after March 14, 2022, despite for 7 years only posting hashtag nutlife, they start saying nutlife times 2 because his nickname was also Peanut, coincidentally.
He who?
Shamel Drinks, who was murdered on March 14th.
Okay, but this is in August.
Correct, Your
after
Honor.
He's already been killed, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is this showing?
It's
As to these two defendants.
Your Honor, it's the RICO enterprise that the state is intending to show this. He didn't directly at defendant Kendricks or at defendant Stillwell's personal Instagram handles. And I don't have any indication of evidence that he directly declaration that we're at war. Tell me how I feel safe. And he says hashtag nutlife, hashtag shell one, and then free his friends.
I don't even frankly see how it's relevant.
I hate talking over for people who like rewatch this later, but I just want to answer you really quick. The jury is for sure not in the courtroom right now. I believe that they have been sent home. We didn't get the formal like releasing of them. We didn't see that, but they are definitely not in the courtroom for this conversation, for sure.
To any of the counts in this indictment, if this is posted at least 5 months, maybe longer after the last alleged act in this indictment.
That is true, Your Honor. I mean, the gang war to the states has not.
All right, it's
Yes, Your Honor. Understood.
Sustained.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
Next.
Number 2, December 1st, 2018. If the intent is, let me just say this, I have a problem with the words, the assertions by the author who I believe to be Kevin Watts who didn't testify. I don't have a problem per se with the picture. It's the commentary, and again, the relevance to any commentary is December 1st, 2018, which is basically 4 months separated from either homicides. 4 years separated from the 2 homicides.
Right.
There's multiple acts that are not just in 2015 and 2022 in this indictment, to include when the vehicle that it was believed that Wife and Lucci's vehicle itself that someone else just happened to be driving was shot up by Javon Fleetwood. And so That was in 2019. But specifically, this is Rayshawn Bennett, who the court has heard multiple testimony about, and Shell Kell, who the court has heard and the jury has heard. I don't know what the truth of the matter asserted of long live nut is. The state is not intending to say, I mean, that is a it is a state of mind associating Shell Kell, who posted this, who's Kelvin Watts, Rayshawn Bennett, and a post showing them associated with one another. And I believe from evidence admitted in this trial that that is trestle tree, from just the way that that is designed with the front porch, because we've had, and I'm not 100% on that, but it looks quite like the.
All right, what's the specific objection? Relevance and what else?
Relevance and hearsay to the right. Picture I don't have.
Okay. Is all of it, all of the language hearsay?
Oh, well, the long-lived nut is what I have a problem with.
The hashtag long live nut?
Yes. I just don't, I don't even know what, unless the state knows something I don't know about the hashtag free me, which I don't know the relevance of that, but it doesn't really.
All right. I will permit it with, the picture to show the association, and then it's Shell Kell Nut Life anyway. Redact the two hashtags, long live nut, free me. And does that satisfy? Okay. Yeah. I mean, unless there's some objection to the rest of it. I mean, I don't know what the UNs don't know the half is really relevant to.
UNs.
So
Today.
we could redact that as well. All right, next.
Number 3.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with the picture. I don't have.
All right.
I don't have problems. I'm assuming real one space FR is Mr. Ford's. Yes. Is that correct?
All right. Any issue with the next one?
No.
All right. Are y'all's like 4 in a row and then you go down to the next line?
When I just hit the side arrow, it just keeps going.
Oh, okay. Mine's not set up like that. But... Oh, okay. It goes. Oh, yeah. Okay, gotcha. All right. Any issues with number 5?
At some point, it's just becoming cumulative. The point is well, I guess this is so I don't have an issue with that.
Okay, moving on. 6.
Well, I haven't. No, I'm sorry.
Moving back.
Number 5, I have an issue with the commentary, the post. I don't have a problem with the picture.
I don't see it. Oh, the snake and the sword and the 4L?
I don't know.
What's the purpose of this picture? Don't we have Ocean Drive Slim's posts with?
We
various
do.
people
The
already?
the state believes. I mean, there are obviously 3 emojis. That the snake is for YSL. The sword is a common thing that comes up in PDE 21 slaughter gang type street gangs, which is allied with YSL, which comes up because of investigator Viv Rita will discuss that in talking about DeMarco Boyer, who was the one who got on FaceTime and said, get on FaceTime real quick. And the state believes that was minutes before Shamel Drinks was murdered. And then they pull out of the gas station and follow him. And so this specific post is showing Christian McMiller, Jeffrey Williams, and is highlighting the, he posted that snake emoji, the knife, and the 4L.
And what? Viverita is going to give her theory about what each of those emojis means?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And the video that Wooney Lee, where he said, shh, we put that, you know what, on your gravestone, was that video vlog was titled A Night with YSL and 4L, which that's why this snake emoji, the knife, and the 4L, it is connected.
All right.
So,
These are statements by someone sadly who can't testify.
Right.
I just, unless it's in furtherance of a conspiracy, I don't, to me, there's no legal mechanism for them to be convicted. Because they are assertions.
They're definitely, yes, they are.
But they are assertions.
So is the argument that they are co-conspirator exception? And this is all the fostering of the gang cohesion concept?
well, I mean, this can be, yes, a public pronouncement of an ally between two gangs with the way that these emojis are stated. But there's a difference between an assertion and something offered for a non-hearsay purpose.
But I don't hear you saying I'm offering the snake, the sword, and the 4L for a non-hearsay purpose.
Well, I guess the non-hearsay purpose would be publicly connecting and tethering these two groups together by his posting of this. Yeah, I mean, the truth of the matter asserted would be, yes, I'm a YSL street gang member and I'm allied with this other group. It's like if someone posted heart emojis next to a sports team. They may genuinely love that sport team or hate them, but if they publicly said that, it's like, oh, they must be a fan of, that they're showing fan allegiance to XYZ. It's similar here. I don't know what the truth of the matter of 3 emojis can actually be, legally speaking. I know what a
We're
gang.
going to have an expert say exactly what you just said. And so that seems to be for a hearsay purpose, not a non-hearsay purpose. You would like everybody to believe that, right?
Ultimately, but she could say, you know, have you seen the snake emoji? Have you seen the knife emoji? Have you seen what is 4L? And then the jury can piece together that information and disregard her testimony or accept it. But the state views this post.
Okay, so circling back then on the hearsay, it is a co-conspirator exception.
I believe it's both, Your Honor. Yes. Yes.
Okay, then it is admitted under that exception. Okay, number 6.
Number 6, I do not have an objection.
All right. 7.
I do not. 7, I do not have an objection.
All right. Why don't you tell me the next one you have an objection to? All right. And what's your objection?
Hearsay.
Who's our?
Demetrius Garlington, he's not testifying.
All right.
Your Honor, by my understanding of what this is a non-hearsay purpose of, he is mourning the death of his friend.
When is this post made?
March 11th, 2022 at.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's not on the post itself. It's just, you're going to be able to establish.
Yes, Your Honor. Investigator Viverito, when it has the date and time, is when she screenshotted it to show when it was posted.
Post the death of Ford and McMiller. Is that his name?
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor, because that was before this post, which is why, I mean, it's
Right.
why he's posting the.
That had just occurred at the time this post was made.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
But before.
Right. I mean, the same day, but it preceded this post.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so this is an assertion by Demetrius Garlington that he is hurt, he has a broken heart over the death of
Right.
Mr. McMillan.
Okay. And y'all are saying what with regard to why it's not hearsay or why it comes in under an exception?
It is his present emotional state of mind. It's his
Present sense impression.
present sense impression, Your Honor, in terms of he is whether he's actually in physical pain, emotional pain, mental pain, he is publicly stating on God, this one hurt. And the state, the state's theory is that getting revenge for the death is what is the motive behind the murder of Shamel Drinks.
All right, here's the deal with present sense impression when it came up previously, we all learned that the present sense has to be really, really close in time to when he learned of the death. So can you establish that?
And Your Honor, I believe I said present sense impression. I meant to say existing mental state of mind.
Okay. All right. That seems like a legitimate exception. It is there in the statute. Okay. Next.
Number 10.
Okay.
I believe this is a post by Mr. Kelvin Treadwell. Is it not? Oh.
Bentley Boys for Life.
I believe that's actually Christian Eppinger's post, Your Honor. I think,
Is that also on March 11th?
yes, this is on March 11th, 2022. And it would be the same, Your Honor, another YSL member posting of these two YSL members right after they passed away.
Okay, but I mean, the other one was clearly a then existing mental and emotional state. What is this? I love y'all boys, y'all taught me a lot is not that. Maybe I'll never be the same.
And Your Honor, we have no objection to omitting the I love y'all boys, y'all taught me a lot, and keeping I'll never be the same. But again, it's YSL members posting right after the death. And again, this is hours after the homicide. And we believe that these posts show how members were feeling, their existing mental state, and what subsequently happens as you progress through the these photos. You'll see the evolution of what happened.
All right, I guess the I love y'all boys is an existing emotional condition. So can y'all just redact the y'all taught me a lot? You can leave the broken heart.
If it's coming in, Your Honor, and I'm respecting the court's ruling, we can just keep it as.
Okay. Appreciate it. And what's our next one?
I have no objection. Okay, so no objection to 11. Although, okay.
11 is
May I
somebody
ask,
bowling?
Number 11 is someone bowling, but real 1FR is Mr. Florence.
Yes, and we believe that this picture was taken 21 hours before his death.
And it shows him bowling. Why is that relevant?
Because of who he's with. So in the right behind him is Mr. Williams. To the left of him is Mr. Duke Martinez Arnold. He's an individual in the blue. So again, just
okay. So it shows Mr. Ford's connection to some of the other people in this case. And do we have that already?
Not with Mr. Arnold.
Okay. All right.
Number 12. I don't know who the author is. I don't know. So I have an authentication issue. I have a hearsay issue.
That doesn't seem to be anything other than hearsay. Sustained.
Tracy, I don't think this, for the full year we've been doing this, there's been any fingerprint evidence.
Okay.
Number 14 is, well, it would, I believe this would be Mr. Sledges. Is that what Mr. Guerrero said? I mean, this would fall under the other ones of, I acknowledge it's close in time, I'm objecting, but
Are you calling Max Sharp Maximus? For real, we can't hear. I'm finna.
Because it's another
Yeah.
person expressing being upset
All right.
at March 11th in one.
Okay. Okay, so then are you saying you acknowledge that there's a legitimate exception?
I'm objecting, but for the purposes of just open candor, I think it would fall under the, if those other ones.
I
Yeah.
want
Okay.
to interview both of them.
Under the hearsay exception, what's hearsay exception?
I feel like people are gonna hate me.
Then existing mental emotional condition. All right. Okay.
Number 15, I don't, again, this, I don't mean to keep saying the same thing. Investigator Viverito wrote no reports for this. I have no idea who Edward James is to even address it. I'd like to know a little bit about it.
So, Your Honor, we believe that this post, Edgewood_James, is a post associated with individuals with YFN. This is some of the taunting posts that both Mr. Sumlin talked about, as well as Investigator Viverito will talk about, that this Instagram handle posted a number of disrespectful, I would say, messages after the death of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford. And so these are some of the the examples of those posts that were posted. So we're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, but these are some of the trolling posts that Mr. Sumlin was talking about, and Investigator Viverito will discuss further, and you'll see more examples of the trolling.
I'm not objecting to the admission. I'm just trying to figure out what it is. We have an actual individual that's identified.
I don't believe there's an actual individual. Like, I don't know if Edgewood_James is an individual, but the posts are all directed at the death of Mr. McMillan.
Well, we don't know that if we don't know who the poster was.
But you can tell from the content of the post. So when
Who OPPAC just came in could mean any number of things.
but if you can, the posts are in very short order. So if you continue to go through his post, he specific.
This same person is going to have other posts. So that will give me context to understand what this one is. Okay, then I guess we.
I don't have any objections.
Are you telling me to interview Gaither?
Okay.
18. I don't, relevance, I mean, we already have one post by Mr. Garlington, and it appears that Mr. Garlington is posting reposting a previous post that's a picture of him and Mr. McMillan.
Your Honor, we'll choose between the two.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
19, I object to hearsay.
We can omit the neighborhood, some of the neighborhood heroes of the week.
Yes.
We can omit the caption.
All right, there's floaties that say Scarface and 2 times Funk. Those weren't in the original post, were they?
They're tags of the people who are in the post. So if you hover over the post and then when she screens.
All right, so that's, she'll explain that. Okay. And this is showing the connection of everybody.
And I would object to the I am Akbar. Oh, it's Akbar. I would object to her commentary as well.
All right, y'all gonna redact that? Okay.
Viverito.
20. Okay. No objection. 21. No objection. 22. No objection.
All right. I'm going to say, though, that in terms of cumulativeness, we do not need a post from every alleged member of YSL expressing that they are sad.
We don't. This is Mr. Stillwell, Your Honor, and it
Okay,
says just rest Meg.
That's fine, but that looks almost the same as a couple of the ones before. So be reasonable
Yes.
about how many of the ones that are just to express that you use.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
24, I would object.
How about 23?
Oh,
Was
I'm sorry, that's what I meant. 23, I object to hearsay and also relevance.
Your Honor, this is the post that we believe was the reason for Shamel Drinks being murdered. So Shamel Drinks is the individual in the black jacket with the pants. Next to him is Jasper Walters. Next to him is Shell Kell. This post was reposted by Shell Kell, screen grabbed on March 12th, 2022. Your Honor, we believe that Investigator Viverito will talk about the emojis on here. There are two shells, which could indicate two bodies. Then there's a zipper lip and a black heart that one could interpret as they were the ones responsible for the death of McMiller and Ford, Your Honor. And so so Mr. Drinks posted the initial post, the post that says no love _ nut. And he posts Mr. Drinks posted, I'm with y'all 100 at Shell Kell _ nut life at Summerhill, Little Man, LLN Mafia. Then Shell Kell on March 12th reposted his post on his public Instagram page, Your Honor. And then 2 days later, Mr. Drinks is murdered. And so we believe, one, it is relevant for that purpose, that it was a public post.
It's definitely relevant.
And again, we're not offering for the truth of the matter, sir, about whether or not he's with them or not, but the fact that Shell Kell reposted it, and Shell Kell is the one who put the shells and the zipper lip in the heart, that could be considered an indication of they're taking responsibility for the murder of.
Okay. I mean, do you think that she is going to testify these two shells could mean two bodies?
Yes.
Is it typical within gang life to make a post of whatever your symbol is and have it mean a body?
Yes.
And she's going to be able to say that?
Yes. Because sometimes they'll use teardrops. So as opposed to using the teardrops to represent death, they sometimes use a Shell Kell because he is Shell Kell. So that's his thing. So she will testify that could be.
That would seem like it would represent him. So unless,
No,
I mean, I
he's
may
taking-
need to hear from her on the basis for which she can opine as an expert that two shells could mean two bodies, okay?
Yes.
So you need to make sure we do that before I permit that testimony. Yes, sir.
There's two aspects of hearsay in my mind that are both assertions of fact. One, we have Mr. Drinks, who is saying, I'm with you 100%. That is hearsay?
Well, the reason as I understand it, the state is not offering that for the truth. They're offering that to show the alleged reaction that it got.
There's no evidence whatsoever that anyone involved in this case ever looked at or downloaded or saw this tweet. So it's kind of like we're backdooring in the hearsay to prove something that we really has no foundation. There's no evidence that Mr. Stillwell or Mr. Farley or Mr. Nichols.
Okay. Yeah, that's what your job is as the defense attorney, to point that out.
I understand that, but the problem is, even if I win that argument and do my job, I still lose because the hearsay has come in under the I'm with you 100%.
Okay, and the reason that your hearsay objection is not successful here is we all know it's only hearsay if it's being offered for the truth, and this is not being offered for the truth. Okay. Make sure you flag that one though on the shell thing.
I'm just subjecting this hearsay.
Are we on 24 now?
Yes, I'm sorry. This is Shell Kelly.
Your Honor, this is a day after. This was posted on March 4th. So this was initially posted on March 4th.
Okay, what part of it
So
was posted on March 4th? The shell Kel, the why you buy a watch, you know, it's time to die?
Yes, this whole post was March 4th. So
And are y'all alleging that something significant was happening around that time?
yes, Your Honor, we do believe that on March 3rd is when the public was made aware of Mr. Rayshon Bennett being stabbed in a jail. So there was a bond hearing, a bond motion filed on March 3rd. And then, of course, the media picked that up on around March 3rd, around the same day. And then this is posted the day after that information came out. So we believe that because of what happened at the jail, which is what we think started the trickle down effect of what happened between February 9th and March 14th, that this was an indication of being prepared to retaliate for what happened to Mr. Bennett in the Fulton County Jail.
And then is it reposted or?
No, this is his post. So we just screen grabbed it on March 12th,
Okay.
but he posted it himself on March 4th on his public page. And again, this is just showing the antagonizing that started happening. I know you don't like the word subliminal, but this is what the culture calls subliminal messaging, right? Because they are throwing
I'm just
shots.
not up on the lingo then. Okay.
They're throwing, well, let me not say throwing shots, but they're talking back and forth, but in coded language such that
it's not very coded.
Yeah, right.
I'll also point out that the
Throwing
two
shots.
shells are showing up on March
As a
4th
pun?
at the bottom before the double homicide.
Mhm. Okay. Well, I'm gonna admit it over objection.
'25 and '26, I do not have any objection.
Okay.
I would like to know if the state knows who Joey Hurst 24 is.
Again, it's still these trolling fake pages, but again, these were fake pages by, we believe, YFN associated individuals.
What is that based on? If they're fake pages, why do we believe it's YFN associated people?
I think because of everything that was happening in I'm not going to say the
Is there
only,
some
but the
other
biggest.
posts by Joey Hurst 24? You
So he
told me
does-
that first guy, there were other posts that gave context. Is
25 and 26. So 25 is them posting Mr. Ford saying smoke your pack.
Smoke.
And then unfortunately, the harsher
That's
one is
And
26.
And I don't
which
have
is super harsh.
I'm not objecting to 25 or 26. I'm just trying to, because again, there's no report. I'm just trying to understand what this is.
so any basis for believing that this is YFN? Is that what you're asking?
Our understanding is at this
Oh.
time,
Mm.
and I'll get more clarity, that there was no other opposition to YSL except
Oh.
YFN.
That's a good.
And
Well,
their
I mean,
associates, the people that they
you might need to
associated
look
with.
into that because Mr. Sumlin said all kind of people.
Well,
I think
the
one of y'all
henchmen-
even asked about whether all kind of people.
So the henchman that he mentioned, and I think Mr. Shar asked the
Oh, Mr.
question,
Short. Yeah.
It was the henchmen. It was and it was PFK. They are all aligned. They are alliances together. So, and we believe that Investigator Viverito will be able to testify that YFN, PFK, and the henchmen are all aligned.
So you have no idea who this person is or what they might be affiliated with. You just think it must have been an op.
Come
I
on.
definitely think it was an op given what the context of the post. Yes.
It's a really mean person, whoever it is, but whether it's a gang opposition, I mean, we're just like basically taking based on context that it must be an op, but those murders have yet to be solved. So I think this is a little dangerous if you have nothing more than this.
Well, I'm not objecting.
Okay.
To 25 and 26. I
Okay.
just really wanted more information.
Well, then never mind.
27,
Shut up, boy.
my question is relevant.
Is that a strategic decision on your part, Mr. Sharp?
Yes.
Okay.
Why you trying
You've thought through the benefits and drawbacks of that?
I'm starting to learn the strategery part.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Why you trying to expose his strategy?
28.
Max,
I didn't understand.
I know what I'm doing,
relevance of this
Judge.
when
I
saw
got it
this
paid.
folder.
Yes, Your Honor. So, the night of March 11th. So, Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford are murdered in the early morning hours. That evening, probably I think around 11 o'clock,
Uh-huh.
Stephen Harris, who is a YSL associate, went by 12 Atlanta, which is a YFN stronghold, and shot at that YFN stronghold, shooting an individual in the head. Once he then ended up, Mr. Harris driving to a wall at a location near 12 Atlanta.
Okay.
This picture was taken by one ABG. It says Big Nick, but he's known as Fat Nick, who is a YFN associate. And he posted this picture when Stephen Harris ran into the wall.
That's the actual picture of that person having hit the wall.
Yes, Your Honor. And then, of course, laughing about it. And so this, again, we believe was retaliation for Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford shooting. And I believe there's court's indulgence for a moment.
Here's the problem.
No, Bree.
There's been no mention of this incident at 12
I didn't think
Atlanta
so.
with Stephen Harris. So for only way this would become relevant is if Investigator Viverito got on the stand and went into a big hearsay statement about what this is all about, which of course I would object to.
Yep. I think that's a valid objection. This is sustained. All right, which one should we look at next?
30.
Okay.
I don't know the relevance. I don't know who the author is.
The author, Your Honor, is Javon Fleetwood, who is another YSL member, who's on this indictment as well. He is _Trey_TL World. And this was posted, I believe, 2 minutes before the actual caption. So this is posted on March 13th,
2 minutes
2000.
before what?
When you look at the time next to his name, it says 2 minutes. So this is from an Instagram Instagram stories that are only posted in 24-hour increments. So where it says 2 minutes, he had posted
I
this.
don't see anything that says 2 minutes on number 30.
So if you look at the top,
I'm going to unmute in a second, but this is really giving us the insight to how Viverito's testimony is going to go tomorrow. It is, I mean, obviously they're going to use her to try to pull it together, right? But it's going to be so heavily dependent on social media. Like that is what's clear. When she's on the stand, they're going to be asking her to go through tons of social media. That's going to take It's gonna be reliant on her believing her as an expert and her interpretation of things. And that's, in my opinion, my humble non-lawyer opinion, that's where things start to get a little sticky, because you are relying on gang experts who really, right, have not real qualifications. And to be fair, some stuff is very obvious, right? Like, you can put stuff together and that's fine. But some of these interpretations, I think we've seen already, where they are just so outlandish, like to the point of, I could see where bullets mean two bodies, but also if his name is Shelkel, I could see where that's just an emoji people use. So like, how are you really going to like prove that this is what that means? And it's just, I think that gets real tricky. Yeah, it's all speculation.
I don't have an objection now that I have some understanding of what it is.
Thank you. Moving on.
Gonna object to hearsay.
Is this 31?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, this is relevant. If you can recall, Mr. Shard asked both Nico Flores and I believe Investigator Hogan, when Mr. Drink, this is Mr. Drinks.
Okay.
When Mr. Drinks was murdered, you didn't know he was a part of YFN. And what the testimony that will develop is they did not know that he was associated with YFN.
And yet he was, because
they
his
started
thing
seeing
says Shelkel Nutlife.
And they started seeing multiple posts, and you'll see the next few posts, Your Honor, are YFN associates reposting him after his death. So this is posted on March 15th, 2022, after Mr. Drinks is murdered. And so
okay, so this will
show how the
being offered. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. This is being offered to show that even if the gang people didn't know that he had a connection, he clearly had a connection. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor. And this is how they became aware that he had a connection.
I don't really care how they became aware. That's not really relevant to this trial, is it?
It is relevant because that's how we are determining that this was a gang motivated homicide.
How they determined it isn't relevant to the issues that this jury has to sort out. But I get that if you need something to establish that, in fact, he was connected, that one or a few of these might do that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I don't know how many of them you have. How many of them do you have other than this one?
I think
for that purpose.
Seems to be the same thing, except I don't know who no face.
It's
L? I don't know.
It's different individuals, Your Honor. I have to get his name, but I know.
Okay, well, at least 31, whoever is posting it is Shelkel Nutlife.
Yeah,
so,
we know that 31 is Shelkel.
Okay, so that one
is another YFN associate. 44 Stevo, which is 33, is his last name is escaping me, but his name is Stevens.
When you turn away from the mic, I can't hear you.
I was just saying 44 Stevo is another YFN associate.
And y'all can establish that somehow. Okay, well then why don't you use 31 and 33 and I don't know, 32 if you can't establish. Well, what do you have to say about 32?
I believe we can establish his name. I just don't know it right now.
Okay, well, mark that one and you can potentially circle back to it. 34, any objection?
Yes.
Okay.
Hearsay.
And what is this that we're looking at? Why is it not hearsay?
I don't know in relevance. I mean, I get that this is Medium Garlington's post, and it's on March 15th at approximately 5:30 p.m. But other than that, every post that he makes is irrelevant, so I don't understand what's relevant.
What's the relevance to this?
So, Your Honor, Your Honor, may I remain seated?
You may.
When,
we all have been, so.
one of the emojis that comes up a lot in criminal street gangs is the tornado, which is a short rendition of spinning. If you spin the block, if I'm going to go spin them, I'm going to go shoot them. And so you'll see, and there's another post that will come up where when they're back at it spinning, this is the day after shooting by the state's theory and murdering Shamel Drinks. And so when that Demekion Garlington, we believe, was in the vehicle where the fatal shot was fired from. And so when he's saying, and this is at the studio, and we believe they went to a studio immediately after, which is the slides we just showed with Agent Bernie when they go to 600 interchange. I don't know if this is that exact studio because I haven't been inside of it myself, but they go and make music. And when Demekion Garlington, we're going to get to one in a second, and we've already argued it and expressed to the court in the wiretap when he says, take that boy's name out the song before something happens to him. There's a song that Demekion Garlington makes with, I believe, DeMarco Boyer, but certainly Garlington, where he says, we're going to get Shell Kel whacked. And so so the state wanted to include this because of it's the emojis in this piece of on the way, we're back at it, with a black heart, green heart, and then a tornado emoji, which the state believes is talking about spinning, which is shooting. And I understand that, it could be he wants to go windsurfing or he wants to go somewhere where it's windy or something like that. I understand that we can make different arguments, but that's what the state believes it means when you're going to spin someone, you're going to shoot them and hopefully murder them.
I'm not interested in arguing in front of the jury how to interpret a tornado. What my objection is that these are assertions of fact given by Demekion Garlington.
He was not here testifying.
I will not be able to cross-examine him. So ultimately, we can argue about what it means, but the person who could really answer that question will never see it.
Okay.
It'll come under the co-conspirator exception.
All right.
It would be the state's theory that the two hearts would be for Ford and McMiller, and they went spinning to them, which is this was right after Mr. Drakes was killed, who was one of the ops.
Well, then it's spilling beans. Like, how is this co-conspirator?
Well, if it's not spilling beans because
It's
say we just killed for you.
saying we're back at it. We're gonna go do this, I guess, is the theory. I think that they've met the showing they need to make under the co-conspirator exception.
Well, I just want to make one thing clear now. This is posted after, so this isn't we back at it, we're about to do it. This is posted after.
Oh, well, okay.
The drinks.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, so this is after Mr. Drinks is murdered. So what his argument is, how is this anything other than spilling the beans?
So, Your Honor, I don't believe that, well, the state's position is this is the inverse of what we were just arguing about with it's the public dissing and claiming responsibility. I don't think they believe that the Atlanta Police Department or the state would be understanding these emojis, but fellow street gang members most certainly would. And so that's the whole point of this, is that regardless if Demekion Garlington says we are back at it, and again, the state's allegation is it's talking about the street gang we. The state actually believes Demekion Garlington was involved in the murder, but someone else could easily post it and say we're back at it, meaning my collective group is back spinning at y'all. And so be on the lookout, we're coming for you is essentially the message that by the state's argument.
People are going to say that my client committed a heinous act. I want to be able to cross examine, and that's my problem. He's clearly, according to the state's interpretation, he's clearly saying we're back at it. We just killed someone. We went spinning, and I'm never going to get across it.
Yeah, I mean, he's bragging, and he's not, he's bragging, I take it this is a public post, he's bragging to the world. So he's not really talking to a co-conspirator. I mean, he might be talking to a co-conspirator amongst many other people, but having a hard time.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's argument regarding that is that public displays of dominance or violence does further the gang because people won't mess with you. And so if you claim or assert, and that's why like these posts basically celebrating an opposition's death or asserting that you either will or just did enact violence sends a message. And so that message can protect you if people take the message at face value and don't shoot you or don't come bother you. So that's
Okay.
the state in terms of why that furthers the gang. Publicly claiming a murder or shooting does boost the gang's reputation for violence, which in the criminal street gang world is a benefit or a net positive, not a negative.
All right, so your argument is it's furthering the gang conspiracy by making the gang tough.
Yes, Your Honor. If the next two posts, which are also by Demekion Garlington,
Uh-huh.
and the state is happy to choose amongst these, but these two, it is Christian McMiller and Darius Ford that he's posting on March 15th. And then he says, "We got you boys." That's why the state is making these arguments, having looked at all the social media of the spinning is not in a vacuum. And then he literally posts his friends who were murdered. And he says, "We got you." And again, by the state's argument, to make it even, you have to have an eye for an eye. And so to if you have them, you have to murder someone else.
All right, I'm going to admit those.
Mr. Atkinson, the next two, 35. I don't know who that is. And
Who's 35?
So, Your Honor, that's the same, no face 5L. So we can, once we get the foundation of who no face 5L is, we'll just choose one of the two. This is him reposting Mr. Drinks. This is Mr. Drinks. And so that individual again reposting him. So we'll choose between the first one, which was number 32, and this one and decide which one to put in.
Okay.
number 36, I'm strongly objecting. That's Demekion Garlington spilling beans.
Your Honor, I may have clicked too quick. The two posts I was just mentioning about "We Got You Boys" was what's marked as 36 and 37,
Okay.
which is Christian McMiller, Darius Ford, in two separate posts. "We Got You Boys" on March 15th, 2022.
36, Your Honor, the gentleman, or thinner gentleman.
Uh-huh.
Mr. McMiller. 37, that's Darius Ford. Both times, this is Deacon Garlington, and again, not take a stand. This is a day after the killing of Chanel Drinks, saying, "We got you, y'all boys."
I understand.
And he's also saying "we."
Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, this is for your clients, it's a gang and a RICO case, and these are admissible.
All right, so I'm good. I just want to make sure I put on the record my objection is hearsay, and I'm just going to, with all of these, I can have a continuing objection.
Sure, of course, yes.
Your Honor, we're not using number 38.
All right. Is there an objection to 39?
I don't have enough information. I don't know who 127 Yale is. I believe that to be Mr. Drinks. I don't know what the relevance is.
State?
Again, Your Honor, this is another YFN individual posting Mr. Drinks after his murder.
Uh-huh.
Who is it? Like, and I'm not trying to be difficult, but my concern has always been
right at the end of this trial, dumping all these things. We just don't have any information. There's no reports. And so I have no idea who won.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I will get his information.
Okay, well, regardless, we don't, like I just said, we don't need multiple posts that establish the same thing.
Your Honor, I think there's, when you have multiple posts, it shows that this is just not one person who is his friend.
That's
You
why,
have multiple people from the same group posting him.
that's why I
There's-
said multiple.
Okay, well, this is,
I mean, you know, do you know that this person,
we'll select, Your Honor, because there are a few more. I mean, we
this
have
could just be a friend. It's true. I mean, if you don't have anything more than, oh, this is a post expressing heartbreak over somebody's death. You can express heartbreak over somebody's death and not be a gang member or a rival gang member.
You are, Your Honor, but I believe when Investigator Viverito was screenshotting this, she was screenshotting it from accounts that are individuals who are members of YFN, not just random. It wasn't just his family
You
members.
find that out.
I will, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's why I said multiple.
And I'll say 40, 41, 42 are, you know that 42 is definitely Jasper Walters, who is a member of YFN.
So can we go back to 40 and 41 then?
40 is YFN Fats. I don't know his name offhand, but he is definitely a YFN member.
And this was posted,
On March 15th.
okay.
Day after.
And was, I know there are a lot of people named Nut in this case.
So this is, Mr. Drink's nickname was Peanut as well.
Yeah, seems like a bad nickname to choose. Okay, so this is another of the, all right, at the end of this, why don't y'all figure out and let me know how many of these immediately post-murder posts there are that are alleged YFN members saying, we're so sad?
Yes.
Which frankly, that's all that is saying is we're so sad. So if it's just to show he was in fact a gang member of YFN, you know, get back to me on that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did she just say it seems like a bad nickname to choose because Donovan Thomas Nut was killed and then Shimel Drinks, whose also nickname is Nut, was also killed? Is that what she was trying to get at? Because that seems like a terrible joke to make. I don't, girl. One more, and then I have to go soon because my children are going to harass me. The final witness is apparently going to be Viverito. They're going all over all of this in preparation for Viverito, who's coming tomorrow, and I imagine the safe bet is that it's going to take a while.
And that would take us to all the way up to 44.
Okay.
We don't know who I can
I
Right.
don't know his name right now, but I know.
I mean, it's just, yeah, okay. So y'all, you get back with whatever you can and let us know. So we're on 44 now, and that's supposed to be the same concept?
I thought we were on 40.
Okay, I thought that she said that carried us through, that essentially all the way through 43 are the same concept. So does that include 44 also? All right, 44 is something new. Is there an objection to 44?
Yes. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Would you testify? I believe this is Kenneth Copeland, right?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have an objection.
Okay, I'm not, what's the relevance of it? Is this that same bowling alley gathering? What's the relevance of this?
On 44, Your Honor?
Yeah.
He's in front of a plane.
Of a what?
The 44 that.
You're on 45.
It's a bowling alley.
It's
No.
a bowling alley.
My 44 is a plane. I'm sorry.
Maybe you got rid of Woody at a bowling alley. I don't know.
I mean, 45 is.
Now, I'm asking about 44.
44 on ours is Mr. McMiller. It looks like sitting on the thing that returns the balls. And Woody does a crying look.
So this is Woody expressing sadness over Mr. McMiller's death?
Yes, Your Honor. We can withdraw it.
Okay. 45.
I'm gonna try to get on early tomorrow. That's my goal.
That's the same thing.
That's 40. Okay, that's our 45, but. Okay. What's 46? Is there objection to 46?
46 is a picture of Mr. Nichols. I don't know why that is relevant, that picture, but I don't, if I can be told why it's relevant, I don't object to it.
So, Your Honor, it's really 46 and 47 in conjunction with each other.
Okay.
So 46, just to show whose face it is, but 47, Mr. Nichols posted 2 days after the murder, Shamel drinks a song, and specifically the words are what you saying, I run with cold-blooded killers, blooded killers.
I'm giving it 2 minutes. I gotta go in 2 minutes.
All right.
And I am going to reject this hearsay.
After Todd just said we're still going strong.
Not, as far as I know, not taking a stand in this case. So my objection is hearsay.
And the response would be hearsay and.
And if there was a, and it's still in the, that's my stance.
I'm saying it's a co-conspirator statement. It's not spilling the beans, as explained earlier under Kemp v. State. It shows it's in furtherance of the conspiracy, which is the gang violence as it relates to the gang war and all of the things that we've mentioned.
Okay, overruled. Yeah, that was kind of both of them together, 46 and 47.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
47, right, okay, 48.
Yeah.
I don't know. On the 19th of March, there's a tattoo, not like 2 times.
Yes, Your Honor, this is Jasper Walters' post, and earlier we discussed how after Mr. Drink's murder, YFN Associates began saying nut lifetimes to represent both Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr. as well as Mr. Shamel.
That's crazy.
Your Honor. So again, showing
That's crazy.
their support of those 2 individuals in the midst
So
of
much so that they tattooed it on their body.
bodies. Yes.
Do we need red flag pirate?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, that was my last one. It's time. I have to make 2 TikToks. I'm probably not going to recap this because I'm tired. But I appreciate y'all rocking with me. We held strong today. Y'all can go watch Law and Crime if that's what you choose to do. I'm out of here. See y'all tomorrow. I'm going to try to get on early. I told y'all I'm on the West Coast, so it's early. But I'm going to try to get on early so we can watch as a family. Vivarito, watch the state rest. It's probably not going to rest tomorrow. They're going to be up there for a couple days. But we going to watch it. Y'all have a good evening, night. Join the Patreon. And we're nearing the end of this, guys. We're getting so close. Have a good night. Bye. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, 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 bye. I don't want to be a fool for you. All right.